Attention on this channel. We've got an important message. All observations and opinions shared here are for educational purposes only. This content is intended for adults. Viewer discretion is advised. Be advised that any individuals mentioned are not intended to suggest involvement in any crime.
Case by case, got the fire. Ha! Yo, you wanna talk about true crime? We start with the data flows. Digital footprints meet criminal defense, that's how the story goes. This channel's all about online evidence, the stuff they overlook. From live stream chats to deleted posts, it's all in the true crime book. My goal is to provide insight for the attorney in the darkest hour, to find the proof that can make a case or break a criminal's power. So whether you're a lawyer or a PI, we're diving deep in the mess, exposing misconduct and hidden truths to get to the very best leads. We break it down case by case on the trail of the facts. We show how digital evidence changes case outcomes, we on their tracks. No rumors, no gossip, just the evidence clear and concise, shining a light on the shadows at any cost or price. What do we do?
Case by case.
What's the motto? We're here for the victims, the ones who were left behind. We're here for the families, giving them peace of mind. We follow the paper trail, the digital footprints and the timelines, connecting the dots, we're reading between the lines. We don't just talk theory, we show you how it works in practice. We're here to help you stay ahead of the curve, to get a new analysis. You think you're in charge, but we're here to find what matters most. We're giving a voice to the voiceless, like a digital ghost. Digital ghost, digital ghost. We break it down case by case on the trail of the facts. We show how digital evidence changes case outcomes, we on their tracks. No rumors, no gossip, just the evidence clear and concise, shining a light on the shadows at any cost or price. What do we do?
Case by case.
What's the motto? From digital clues. The mystery, you wanna know the answers? We're dedicated to the chase, from the first look at the scene to the final resting place. We're here to find the answers, to give the victims their due. A true crime channel with a heart and a purpose too. We're here to build up, to expose the truth, and to shine a light on the darkest of deeds with all our might. We're here for the truth, we're here for the facts, and that's it. We don't chase the trends, we just chase the truth and never quit. We let the past speak for itself, we let the facts lay the ground. We're just here to be a voice, a tribute that is sound. Yeah, it's all for the truth. All for the truth.
Ha! Come on, come on.
Wow. Hey, everybody. Happy Monday. Happy Vault Day. Episode part 2 of 22. Can you believe it? 22 episodes in. And it's been a great journey. And I'm so happy that you guys have all been here along the way. Welcome, everybody in chat. Today I've got with me Quester and Great Lakes Fungi. Please hit that like and subscribe. Again, welcome to Case by Case. If you're new here, welcome. If you're a first-time viewer, welcome. Like I said, it's episode 22, part 2, which means there's 22 plus episodes in this series that we've worked on, and I've compiled them all into a playlist. So if you want to go back and start at the beginning, we kind of went back and started from the very beginning of this case, and we've just kind of stayed on course. I'm sure there's areas of the case that we have not touched on yet, but you know what? This case is massive, and we're focusing on what we believe is relevant and important. So yeah, welcome in everybody. And we are we're doing it today. What we're going to do is, I know last week, because I had the grandbaby with me and he did great for like 2 hours. Then he started to get a little bit fussy. And I had to kind of like jump off. So I'm not going to say we're picking up exactly where we left off, we are going to finish today where we left off, if that makes sense. Hi, Heidi. Hey, Judy. Hey, Free Ricky Bay. Hey, Fig. Hey, Woman Redacted. Hello, all of you loyal subscribers and viewers. I appreciate you guys being here. There is a poll that I posted at the top of, it's pinned to the top of the chat. And basically, I'm asking you to give your opinion. And then someone needs to remind me before we hop off to actually check it. I might forget about it. So make sure that you remind me to pull that up. But yeah, I'm asking who you guys think the deposition is, which deposition is most important or was a little bit shocking. So here we go. I'm trying to adjust my camera. I feel like I'm getting a little bit blurry. Not sure why. All right. Redacted says, okay, I can't believe we were just hated on in another chat by a prof minion. Hey, Jess. You know what? I'm just going to say this. First of all, raise your and to my co-host today, just give me a minute to address this because I know that you guys are probably not paying attention to that BS. And unfortunately, late last night, it was brought to my attention. I'm going to say this. I don't know how many episodes have transpired over there on the Jerry Springer show. All I know is that receipts have not been provided. Her words and her opinion are not receipts. I can guarantee you, number one, first and foremost, Erica Morris was never invited to fucking live at my house. I don't even know where that's coming from. Radio station, whatever. She needs to do a little bit more research. She needs to contact the USASF on my behalf on the business that I owned for 16 years and find out exactly what I did for a living. And I can promise you this. I did a lot of things. I ran a major business with 3 different locations across Ohio. And I'm going to tell you right now, I never wrote a fucking cheer. So where she's getting her information and what BS is being spewed, I don't care. She can spew it. She can run her mouth over there. She can say whatever she wants. I got better things to do. But for all of you guys who hear it and you're like, what the hell is going on? If I didn't have better things to do, like a career that I work 40 hours plus a week, plus this channel, plus my family and my grandkids, maybe, if I have to, I'll do a screen record and screen record any text messages that I have. I guarantee you, she has no receipts about any of the shit that she's saying, period. So I don't know. We don't talk about her over here for the most part, unless somebody in chat brings it up and we have to address it. I know about 2 weeks ago, Michael and I had about a 5-minute conversation out of a 3-hour live. And if that is her claim to fame, that somebody is worried about her, then, I guess they got to find their self-worth somewhere. But I've got better things to do, and nobody over here is worried about that. And to all of the people in my chat, I apologize if you, because you're here, are being attacked for whatever reason. I'm here to fight the good fight. I'm here to do honest, clean work. And that's it, period. So, end of story. Jess? Yeah. Well, those would have already been, those would have already been dropped, period. I don't know her. I don't know Erica Morris, period. And if push comes to shove and she wants me to engage, go back. I'm advising all of you to go back 2 months ago when, and I don't know if maybe you guys don't pay attention, but I know that a lot of you venture around the YouTube streets and you view a lot of creators' lives. That's great. I support all of the creators involved in this case because good or bad, quality or lack of, everybody's got a good purpose here, usually. But when the contract came out, I read it. Go back and watch that episode where I read it. And then, if I have to, I will show the receipts from the very next morning where I got a book of threatening messages that were completely out of context, uncalled for. And I told her then, don't ever contact me again. And from that, I mean, if she needs to talk about me for 15, 20 minutes on the onset of her going live, so be it. Anyway, we got better things to do over here. I'm going to bring on my good friend Quester and Great Lakes Fungi. We have a lot to go through today, picking up where we left. Well, hi.
I was breaking leaves, but I will stop breaking leaves now.
So with all of the information in the 15 volumes that's come out, and I know that T has been reading the depositions. I hope that a lot of you have gone over there. I don't like duplicating. You know what I mean? If a co-creator, she's not a co-creator. I'm misspeaking. A fellow creator is focusing on a topic. I'll try to do something else. That way we're not, really kind of like colliding, and we're giving all of our community, because I feel like we do share a lot of people in the same community. We give you guys, you don't want to come over here and listen to the same thing that you heard over there, yada, yada, yada. So hopefully you've been listening to the depositions. I can't do YouTube really at work. I have to upload the PDFs into my little reader file, but a lot of information is coming out. And hello, Yorkie Mom. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. There's just a lot to talk about. And again, I know that with us obtaining the Cecil report, for those of you who frequent these lives, especially the Vault series, you know that we've had to go back and make adjustments based on things that have come out, things that have factually changed the timeline. So, we are bending and swaying with the wind. And I'm going to let Quester address how he feels the Cecil report has affected the timeline and how we're going to address it. So, Quester, you go right ahead.
Hi, Amy. Hi, everyone. Oh, the Cecil report. Oh, it's thrown a spanner in the works again. There's so much information in there which contradicts what we've known for ages, that we've had to go right back to square one and look at it all over again, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. And it's it kind of feels like we're like standing in slow motion, spinning our wheels. And it's like notch by notch, we make progress, but, we try to be as factual as possible. But the only way that we can do that is to get into the weeds and figure it out. And if we were to go silent for weeks or a month or two on end until we felt like we were 100% correct, then, no one's keeping this case vibrant in the public eye. So we have spent week after week after week working on this pretty much right in front of your guys' eyes. And if you are a member of my Facebook group, the case by case discussion, a lot of the information, a lot of the documents and information and presentations that we do here are also I've made available there. So it's kind of like you have the ability to look at what we're looking at and do your own assessment, and we're just kind of doing it in real time, week by week, and giving you a new assessment, basically. Is that how you see it, Quester?
Yeah, it's answered a few questions, it's opened up new questions, and it's changed some of the so-called facts that we knew. So it's been very useful in that way.
Okay. And then just to kind of like let everybody like to understand the roles that we all play. Quester is phenomenal with the geographics and reading, the phone data, the Apple Health data. I'm more of a visual person, mapping it out and plugging it in and providing everybody a visual of the information, and working a lot on basically pulling what I would call the case by case team, because there's many of us that work together, pulling it all together and making it make sense, and then going back to each person and saying, okay, can you elaborate or can you explain? And I've got it this way, yada, yada, yada. Fungi she's fantastic at research, and she's done a lot of work on, if you watched her initial debut on this channel, she gave you guys a great presentation about Deer Creek and the circumstances of the water and the cause and effect of 2 young girls and a man crossing the creek. She's also dug heavily into the mysterious fires in Carroll County. We haven't even touched on this stuff yet. This is all stuff that we've got in the pipeline, but we are rolling with the punches as the information in this case comes out. She's also done an extensive amount of work on family trees and properties, et cetera, et cetera. So fungi, if you could just, briefly discuss, the 15 volumes of information that have come out, your thoughts on it, and how it's kind of adjusted your course of action on your research.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of stuff. I haven't gotten to it all still because I do a lot of other things. It's kind of made me want to expand on certain family trees, background type things like that. And then also I've been looking a lot more at, I guess, like who people's neighbors were, where people worked, and seeing like if there are connections in that way. I'm chasing a lot of different leads, and I'm just trying to I used to do a lot of college football stat spreadsheets type things. So I've had to stop doing that because I will get the last names mixed up in this case, and I'll be like, oh, that one sounds familiar. Oh wait, never mind, that was just a football player. So I had to stop doing that this year because I just wanted to focus on this. So I guess that's where I'm at, and yeah.
Okay, well, there it is. There it is. So what we're going to do, so we do have the Cecil. I do have the Cecil report uploaded, and we can refer to it where we have to. What you're seeing on the screen right now, that's highlighted. I started. It's slow progress. I did a members only live yesterday for all of you fantastic people who pay for the membership to be a member. I truly appreciate it. That those funds do help offset the costs of running the channel. But I'm starting with the Cecil report, and I'm focusing on certain things. I started yesterday, which I didn't cover. I started focusing on the there's probably 10 to 15 phone numbers that need to be focused on. Hey, Eve, welcome. Heard a lot about you. So welcome to the channel. And I'm dissecting the information about the phone numbers that I've been able to obtain throughout all of this documentation. Quester and Eve both and I have looked heavily at the text message thread that seems to be prominent in the Cecil report and with Libby's phone data with this Tyler. I can tell you that I did do some reverse phone lookups. I did do some area code research on that phone number because, as I think I had stated before, there's a couple of names that we've had floating around that were tipped in about who was communicating. And I'm not talking about just the Anthony Schatz account. I'm talking about, in general, in the Orion tip file, different people who were tipped in that were reported to be communicating with Libby. And I know Quester had some concerns about the conversation back and forth between Libby and Abby with the Tyler conversations. And let me just really quick pull that in here just because we have it. Quester was able to go through and dissect out of the report all of the communication, and I will make this document available in the Facebook group. This is all of the communication and the timestamps that started between Libby and Tyler on the 12th and goes through into, I think it goes through the 13th. But we were kind of looking at this like, who is this kid? Is it a kid? Great Lakes went into a deep dive into, okay, it sounded like he was close to the same age as Libby, but maybe they didn't go to the same schools. And when I deep dove into the phone number, here's what the results were. It's coming back that it's an AT&T, it's an AT&T phone. And the location and the area code is coming back to Monticello, which Monticello has a different school district. And so the information that's coming back on the phone number that this Tyler kid is using does not seem to be unidentified or being utilized as a burner phone. However, I feel it's important that we figure out who this person is and who he was friends with, simply because there's a handful of young kids who were now, based on the depositions that came out and the connections that are within these depositions, and I'm talking Holder, Westfall, Sandiford, the one Sandiford son, which was Bryden, who was friends with Josh Lank Jr., trying to put all of these connections together. We just feel like, we need to pinpoint down who this Tyler kid was. But it's not taking us in the direction of being an adult catfishing a child. I can say that, which was something that we were concerned about when we seen all of these messages. But back to the Cecil report, what I'm doing on this is I'm starting the highlighted yellow that you see throughout here, and we're not going to dig into this today in depth. I've still got as you can see, I've still got a lot of work to do on this document, but I'm starting with, first and foremost, the communication between Libby's cell phone, I believe it's Libby's cell phone, and Anna Williams. And So I'm highlighting that, which was that's in the yellow. And there's also a couple of areas on the Cecil report where I have coordinates that I was able to put into my map, and it comes back to be at the park where the girls claimed they were. However, my next focus then started with noticing in the green the battery of Libby's phone. And so I'm trying to put together a spreadsheet, because we know that Becky said Libby always had her phone in her hand and her phone was always charged. So far, going forward through this document, and I don't even have close to remotely a quarter of it even highlighted. It appears that Libby runs on a low battery all the time. So, and I'm trying to gauge how quickly the battery drops, because we're supposed to believe that after the BG video, shortly after there, the phone's on 4% and lasts clear through into the night. And that's just unbelievable to me. So I'm trying to what better way to utilize Cecil's report, who is, he's a state actor, taking his report and clarifying what the hell. What's the name of the park? Shabugs, I'll get to that because I have my Google Earth. Is it Riley Park, or it's not, or is it?
Yeah,
City
it's
Park?
Riley Park. Yep. It's the one right next to where the Abby and Libby, it's where the softball fields, the old softball fields are.
Correct.
Yeah.
I got it. Hey, Jen. Hey, Jean Fuman Fisher. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for becoming a member. That's awesome. So I did pin it on the map, but today's going to be interesting. It's actually going to be fun because we're going to do some things interactively. But I'm just kind of giving you an idea of what I'm working on in all of this. So we're going to get right at it. And we're going to pick up with taking the Cecil report and applying it to the timeline of the girls leaving the Patty's house, the route they took, and the timeline of that route. And I'm going to let Quester discuss the portion of the Cecil report that's going to be shown here in just a second. But before I do that, Quester, do you have anything that you want as a prelude to what we're about to go over? Do you want to talk about that?
No, I'm fine. I think you covered it.
Okay. So starting here, and I hope we've enlarged this as best we could. This is a portion of the Cecil report, the dates, the time, and the locations. And Quester, so if I go to the map, basically what this is this is a checks and balance, is the map that he's created with the route that the Cecil report and the phone data for the route that Kelsey German, Abby, and Libby in the vehicle took. This is the baseline. This is where the information comes from, correct?
That's correct. One thing to note on there is that very first line, the time of 1:40. Yeah, that's the time that they started to leave the house. And you'll probably recall that right the way through here, the family had been saying that they'd left just before 1:30, and Kelsey at one time said she left about 1 o'clock. But we've now got it now down, according to this, 1:40.
So they left the house. I see it right here. It's 1:40 and 13 seconds is when they left the house on February 13th.
That's correct.
So for clarification, in the first column here, we see February 13th, 2017, 1840-13. What is that? What is that?
Confused me to start with. I think it's when this information was downloaded, but I'm not too sure. It's just weird that it seems to have added the same amount of time to everything. It's a weird one, that. But I didn't let it divert me.
Okay, so what we're doing right now is we're going to focus on the second column, which aligns with the timeline of them leaving the patties. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 timeline stamps of the route that they traveled, and the location, the coordinates, and you've incorporated, basically for layman's language, what they were doing based on the map. Correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
So
in bold underneath of it. Yeah.
So this would be so if you're not on Facebook and you're not a member of the Facebook group, but you want to have a copy of this sectioned off information, go ahead and screenshot it now so you have it. And then we go to this map, and the circle area here on the map is the Patty's house. And Quester has the map time-stamped throughout the route, their direction of travel. And I always thought that they came out of the Patties and they went to the left, because to me, that would be the shortest distance. But with the Cecil report and the information within, it actually shows that they came out of the Patty's residence and went to the right and went over here down 500 north, west 500 north, and they turned right on 275. And they traveled all the way down over here, and where it ends, and it requires them, they turn right again, that puts them on 218. So explain this map, and right here in the bottom right-hand corner at 142.12, what does that indicate?
If we back up a little bit, at the top at 1340.13 on that map.
On the map or on the Cecil? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That first circle, white circle, that was they stopped there from a short while for some reason.
What's the timestamp that you say they stopped?
1:40:13 seconds.
So I don't see that on here. I see 1:40:13. I see 1:40:55. I see 1:41:45, 1:42:12.
Yeah, 1:40:13 seconds. Yeah, the one at the top.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it now. Yes.
Right. They stopped there. The amount they stopped was a little bit too much for just stopping to see if there's any traffic coming. As you said, Amy, they could well have been stopping to collect the post, possibly. I don't know about that though. Would you collect the post on your way out, or on your way in? I don't know. Possible.
So when he says collect the post, here, let me share my screen. Because there's a lot going on with this, guys. Hold on a second. Let me share my screen. Because you're kind of in for a treat. So here's the Can you guys see my screen? Is it sharing?
It is.
Yep.
Okay. So we have the Patty's house right here. and they have this long driveway. And I've done a lot of work on property searches and homeowners, who owns the properties, etc. And based on the parcel number and the Patty's residence, it appears that right here, where I have this pinned, it says possible Patty's mailbox. When you put in the Patty's address, it actually pins over here to the left on the road. But all of these properties, with it being farmland and being acreage, not just, a smaller property, it's all about acreage. You kind of have to make some adjustments. But it appears to me that at the end of this driveway, this could possibly be a mailbox. This is where you believe the car stopped, Quester, initially?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Stopped just for a little while there, yeah.
And if you guys go back about, 6 or 7 episodes, we talked about this with the information that we had as far as the cell phone data and the Apple Health data. Quester stated way back then that there was a gap in time, that something had to have happened on the way to the trails, because I think it was 8 minutes. I don't know why 8 minutes or 15 minutes pings into my head, but I know that we talked about there being a time gap, that it took them longer to get to the trail, the Mears lot, than what it should have. And the Cecil report now has given us a little bit of clarification. So they stop here.
They stop there. They start again and they turn right. They go along that road, and just before they get to the junction with the 275, I think it is.
Okay, where's this going? Okay.
Right. Just before they get there, probably about where those cars are, they stopped again. Just for a moment, they stopped there again.
Here?
Yeah, round about there they did, yeah. Interesting
Okay.
that those people stopped there as well. Yeah,
And
there's only for a few seconds, but they stopped. Libby's phone moves a bit, then they start up again.
And then
And
they
they go
turn
right.
right. And we're going to, for shits and giggles, guys, we'll do this together. Give me a second. Well, no, we'll keep going. We'll do this at the end. We'll keep going. This road right here is a road that I haven't explored yet, because right up to the last minute, we were working on this map. And what I don't know if you can see, but what I've done is from the Patty's home, because we believe that something happened leaving the Patty home. And we're not saying it's a significant event or anything. The timeline, there's a gap. And so what I felt was important to do was basically identify every single property that Kelsey, Abby, and Libby passed on the way to the Mears lot, to see if there was anything along the way, a name or an address that would be significant to the case. And so I'm going through the property search records and trying to locate each single property and pin it on this map. So as you can see, that's what I've done. Them leaving the Patties, they come out here, they turn right. The first residence that they pass would be the Reichert residence. The second residence would be the Delaney residence. Then you've got the Morgan residence. And they keep going. They turn right. This, I have not been able to identify this address right here. They come down. I have not been able to identify this address right here. And at the end of today,
Amy,
yes.
go back up just slightly. So, look, is that an AT&T aerial? Right in the middle? See what? That.
Right here. Ooh. A cell phone tower?
It's a cell phone tower.
I love when Quester starts having that kind of like tilt in his voice. You know, he found something good.
I'll try and do it more often for you.
Yeah, that looks like a cell phone tower.
Yeah.
So I need to pin that and find out who it belongs to. And good catch, because I can
ask my husband. Let me, because he knows exactly what everything like that looks like. So can you just zoom in so I can take a picture and just send it to him like right now?
Yeah.
Because I can bug him enough. He will know, like he will know 100% what it is.
Okay, where did it go? Where did it go?
There it is.
Okay. There you go. Take a screenshot.
Beautiful screenshot. Oh my God, stop. Yeah, no, not you, it's my phone. All right, we're good. Thank you.
So really quick, I'm checking chat. Who dis says, teens don't just check the mail. They get told to out something in the mail or to go check it. They weren't checking the mail. Well, they stopped there for a reason. Maybe there was traffic. I have no idea. So their driveway is like, hey, all cards on the table. Take the nefarious word out of the equation. And when you look at the Patty driveway and you're talking about teenagers, I can freaking guarantee you right now that nobody was backing in on this driveway. So if Kelsey and Libby and Abby are leaving and they pull out and they get here to the road, was there traffic? Was there farm equipment driving by? Did something hold them up right here at the corner of this road? We don't know. What we do know is that according to Cecil's report, the state actor, that there was a delay right here. That's all we know. They come down 500 north. They turn right. I have to identify this address. Now we know this is some sort of a tower. I think who dis is saying that it could possibly be a internet tower.
He says it's likely a cell tower. Okay. My husband and Eve said the first house is Abbott, and then the second is Smith. It's in chat. Oh, yeah. My husband said there's maps of them online. You have the exact. If you have the Eve has the names of the people.
I see.
Yeah, but my husband got back to me. He said it's likely a cell phone tower. But if you have the exact coordinates and can type them in or send them to me, I can send them to him because he can link you to like an actual map.
Okay.
That shows all the cell towers.
Hey Tom, how are you?
And towers.
Remind me at the end, and I'll get you the location of that.
Well, Kyle Davis here in chat says, I grew up at 3082 West 500 North. That tower was in my backyard. Okay. Yes, Abbott's are the funeral home owner, and which, thank you, Eve, for that information. I'm still going to go into the property records and pull it from there and then pin it. Uh,
I dare say Carl Davis will be able to answer a question we're going to ask in a moment.
Do you have at least an address that's nearby that I can just use to give my husband? Sorry.
Let me see. Ooh.
Whoa.
Hold on a
Abbott
minute.
wife slept with her students. Ooh, that's a little spooky.
So
What's the road?
this is this what road is this? Is it it's not two, is it 275? It's not
It's a
275.
275. Yeah,
Is it?
All right, thank
275.
you.
Okay.
That's all I need.
So we know the Abbotts live over here. And yes, the Abbotts were out on the trail on the 13th. Carl Abbott, there's some confusion about Carl and where he was and how he was on the trail. It was reported that he was actually in a canoe on the Deer Creek around the time that Daniel Pearson was on the bridge. But we know that his daughter, I believe her name is it Maya Abbott?
Maya.
She arrived around the same time that the Patties and Derek German did on a moped with her boyfriend. So the Abbotts, and if one of these, I'll figure it out and I'll get it pinned. We'll do that at the end today.
Kyle Davis has more information.
Huh?
Kyle Davis said it is a cell tower. Sentinel Wireless owned it back when I lived there.
Okay.
Thank you, Kyle.
Yes. Thank you, Eve. 4712 North 75. North 275. Thank you.
We've got some good people in here.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go. Hold on. I'm going to go back to. I'm going to stop sharing that, and we're going to go back to the map. So go ahead, Quester.
Right. So at 1:41:45 seconds, they just passed that tower.
Mm-hmm.
They carried on down, and we hit the interesting spot at 1:42:12 seconds. Now this seems to be what we were wondering about. That 8-minute question.
Mm-hmm.
They came off the road into a farm area there. I've not yet found the name of the owner or what they do there, apart from it's a farm. But it would appear they spent a little while there, even though these times don't seem to say so. This is where the Cecil report is actually in contradiction with the Apple Health data, which is rather odd. According to this, they're only there for a minute, maybe. According to the Apple Health data, 8 minutes. So that's something that I'm going to have to dig into to try and find out what's going on there.
So the Cecil report and the Apple Health data don't match.
They don't, no.
Okay. And that's at the 1:42:12 mark. So
yes.
And so far I've noticed that with a lot of these farm areas that you see a house. This is what's been kind of interesting, is that you see a house on the map, and when you try to pinpoint the location, the address will come out at like an outbuilding. So I don't know, like I told you earlier today, I don't know why they're mapped geographically the way they are, other than the fact that we might be, addresses digitally might be pinpointed based on parcel and acreage and not necessarily a physical structure. So there's some areas where I'm having a hard time pinning down because there's a couple of properties where I feel like when I get a property owner's name, there's another address that pops up very close to that property that it looks like it's an out structure, like an outbuilding, and then it will end up belonging to someone else completely.
I'm sorry. Does Carroll County have GIS maps that are open to the public? I'm pretty sure they should. That'd be a really good one to look, because those would be extremely accurate.
Heidi, I have been going through Beacon. Beacon is my main source on the property owner of each of these parcels. So that's what I've been working off of. So yes, Beacon. And you can search on Beacon by name or by parcel number or by address. So the majority, and a lot of these, when you go through Google Earth, most of them, I have figured out a way to get the actual digits on the address, because I had to do a couple of things to make it work that way. There's still a couple that I'm not able to get an actual physical address on, but Beacon is who I've worked on. Yes. So, okay. So we're here at the bottom of the map at 142.12. They pull off, which you have indicated on the yellow, following the yellow travel line here. Then they continue down to State Route 218, correct?
Yeah. Just to chuck in an interesting little thing. Prior to that turnoff are the two photographs we've seen of Libby and Abby in the car, where they're giggling and so on. After that turnoff, we get the one where Libby looks like she's almost crying and Abby has a face like thunder.
Can I just say something that I've never heard anyone kind of interject about that photo? When I was a kid, we would always do, okay, let's do a funny picture. Now let's do a very serious one. Maybe that was a very serious one, just for shits and giggles. I don't know. That's the kind of person I was.
No, I think, like, for me, in that photograph, Abby looks distressed. Like she's witnessing an argument, or she's like, I don't want to be here right now. In that Snapchat photo, Abby looks very distressed, and Libby looks like tears could pour out of her eyes. It's a very.
She looks to me on my point of view. Yeah.
Who dis? Okay, who dis? You've been here 1,000 times. I have an African gray parrot who he's downstairs by himself. And when no one's in the room, he tends to make all kinds of noise. So it's not a smoke detector. It's my African gray parrot. And luckily, we weren't live an hour ago, because if we were, you would have heard a cat fight. You would have heard him cussing out the neighbor's dog, and you would have heard him singing Beach Boy songs. So he's kind of tuckered himself out. So it's not a smoke alarm. It's a parrot. Sorry. I can't do anything about it. He's 2 floors down. So, okay. So we're going to continue on after the 142.12 second pull off. And do you want me to stick with this map, or do you want me to go back to the Google Earth map?
Well, it's fine. As you can see, both the next two just show them moving along that road. The 143 and 36 seconds is oddly the last location data we have before they get onto the trail, which seems incredibly odd. You can see how regular these locations are. Yet now suddenly they stop completely. No more on the road.
So when we have them, let's follow that. Okay. So we have them, they're accounted for leaving the patties, coming out of the driveway, going right. They are passing these two properties, one being owned by the Abbotts, Euler Farms. They get down here to 275. I haven't identified this property here yet. They turn right onto 218. And as they turn right onto 218, we have, okay, so the Oilers own quite a few properties out here. And it looks like, there's a business. We have the Oiler repair shop. We have a couple of, it could possibly be descendants of the owner of the Oiler repair shop. But they come down here onto 218, and these are the property owners of the homes they pass. We've got the Schaefers. We've got another family member, the Keith and Kristen. Keith and Kristen Mears own this property here. We've got Ferris, who owns this property here. This whole plot right here looks to be owned by the Zahn family. These two properties side by side. This property right here does not appear to be a house. It appears to be an outbuilding, but for some reason it has its own independent address. So I pinned it, but it's the same owners as the property, the house next door.
Hi, Julie Melvin.
Hey, Julie. Then we have over here right next to the Zahns, we have the Roth property. And then as we continue down or up 218.
If you hold on there, Amy.
Okay.
Do you remember what time they passed that on the previous map?
No, I can pull it up.
1:43. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you remember what time Kelsey said she got her phone call from her boyfriend?
I don't remember what time she said. I just remember that she said that she was on the phone with her boyfriend when she pulled alongside of the entrance. I think a lot of people thought that she pulled in physically with the vehicle, like she turned left off of 300 and pulled into the Mears parking lot. But at her trial testimony, she clarified that she did not. She stayed on 300. The nose of her car was still facing, west. And she stopped on 300 at the edge of the Mears entrance and let the girls out. And that she was still on the phone with her boyfriend at that time. But I don't remember what time she claimed she got the phone call.
1:38.
Okay, so between 1:42 and 12 seconds where they pulled off the road and this second timestamp of 1:43, you believe that's when the phone, you said that she got the phone call at what time? 1:38?
1:38.
So then she would have been on the phone before they left the property, before they left the pad.
That's according to her, yes.
So she was on the phone the whole entire time. Or she could have been, presumably.
Unless she was telling a porky, yes.
Unless she was telling a what?
A porky.
A porky?
What the
I love you. That's great. That's my new word right there.
Julie, so a couple things in chat, if it's a good time.
Yeah.
Hudis says, oh yeah, and they were singing to the music up. How could she talk to her boyfriend over that? And then Julie Melvin said she also testified she was driving a white Mazda, which was later changed by the time the court transcript transcripts were released. Don't let that go. We know she was driving the Bonneville, but that's not what she testified to.
And here, and I'm gonna go, and for those of you who don't understand why that's important and why it's an issue and how a court clerk can make or break a case. So, and because I've been knee deep in Indiana for years now, this is why it's important. And this is why the transcript needs to be corrected. And the only factual way to correct the transcript is for us to have access to the audio of the court proceedings. So we know that we had multiple people, and I don't care who you are, and what your belief is on Rick Allen's innocent or guilt. We know that there were a multitude of people who sat for hours every single day in the courtroom taking notes. And by the time court was let out and they went back to the prospective hotel rooms, nobody was picking up the phone. There was no time for it for them to collaborate before they went live to give their own individual perspectives of that day's court proceedings. Okay. Multiple people, without realizing that down the road, when the trial transcripts came out, that there was going to be a discrepancy, all stated the same thing. And that was Becky Patty testified that Kelsey German was driving a Bonneville, a white or a cream colored Bonneville. They all claimed that Kelsey German, when she testified, she claimed she was driving a Mazda. Why the two vehicles matter, we don't necessarily know, unless Kelsey knows something that we are thinking, that she knows more than what she's leading on, especially when you look at the white vehicle driving in at 2:08 on the Sandiford camera heading into the private drive. Why would it matter that the two women in the same household had a discrepancy of a description of what vehicle was being driven? However, when we get the trial transcripts, the clerk reported that Becky Patty and Kelsey German both stated that she was driving a Bonneville. Bonneville and Mazda are not two words that a court reporter who is trained to take complete recordings and document in writing. Those are not two words that you would misconstrue. And there's a reason that a court reporter would recognize this is going to be an issue. Let me fix it. And my biggest correlation and example is in Ashley Garth's case, I came across the same issue. And that was when Ashley Garth's interrogation video was played at trial, when she was interviewed by Detective Rowe, and Detective Rowe was questioning her about this reported fight that her and the victim, Nicole Bowen, got into. And Ashley kept saying, I wasn't supposed to fight her. I didn't do anything to her. I wasn't supposed to fight her. And every which way from Sunday, you can add captions. You can listen to it full blast on earbuds. Ashley is saying, I wasn't supposed to fight her. When I got copies of the trial transcripts, the court reporter had transcribed it as Ashley saying, I was only supposed to invite her. That made a huge freaking difference when that case was put on direct appeal to the appellate court. Dupe to dupe. Thank you, girl. I know who you are. I love you. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. But that is the significance. There's a reason why a court reporter would take it upon herself to make that kind of an adjustment in the transcripts. And we don't know why, other than video footage of vehicles, other than witness testimony of vehicles, witnesses that we have yet to hear from because we know that there's a lot of them, Sandiford video footage, and white cars with paper plates. No, Blue Bayou, no. Ashley Garth was not used to lure Nicole Bowen. That's what she was saying. I had no idea she was supposed to show up or that she was coming there. Ashley Garth did not want to be anywhere near Nicole Bowen. And the court reporter changing that statement changed the direction of the transcript. I wasn't supposed to fight her. When Detective Rowe was like, oh, well, you didn't like her. She'd been threatening you. She showed up. You knew that Garrett was bringing her there. And Ashley was like, no, I didn't. I wasn't supposed to fight her. That change to I was only supposed to invite her made a huge difference. Julie Melvin says, I'll even go as far as saying that Diener did not follow up in court with what's in the transcripts after Kelsey said white Mazda. Well, I mean, I'm here to tell you based on the 15 volumes some of the information in those volumes I already had when we're talking about Nick McClelland leaking information and sharing and communicating with a YouTube creator by the name of Fig Solves. And Fig Solves also communicating with a court official who worked under Gall, who was providing him detailed information about documents that were about to be released, what were in those documents, et cetera, et cetera. I don't trust any of them. There was a Beasley. There was a white car that was seen on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera, but we can argue that 7 days from Sunday because we know now that there were reportedly 4 cameras on that building, and the advantage point that we got was not the best, and it didn't even come close to the kind of viewpoint that we would have had if we would have gotten footage from the camera that was on the front end of the building closest to 300 North. Period, point blank. And people can argue until the cows come home about, well, maybe those cameras weren't working. Yeah, you know what? Why don't we know if they were working or not?
Hey, Amy, Shabodes wanted to know if you had the exact coordinates for the Sandifer camera.
I can get it.
Yeah, and then Who Dis wanted to know what time was the white car on the camera.
The
Buster,
white
do you know?
cars. I do. I have the video.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the white car was seen on the white car, and the white vehicle, and I'm going. In my opinion, it's a vehicle. It's not an SUV or a truck. It's a vehicle, and it is seen on camera traveling in towards the private drive at 2:08, and it is going pretty fast. And then within a minute, you see it coming back out. And there we have some theories on that of what could have transpired right there. But the unfortunate problem is we don't have early morning footage from that day, from that camera. We don't know if it wasn't obtained, or we don't know if it wasn't secured by the Carroll County Police Department or ISP or the FBI. However, that footage shows hours of time lapse of that drive. And the only two vehicles seen during those hours of footage is the white vehicle heading in towards the private drive at 2:08, and then Brad Weber's van coming home from work at 2:44. But I can definitely get you the coordinates of the Sandiford residence, and that's where that footage came from. So let me get off my rant, and so Questor, keep going.
All right. Yes. So we know that according to Kelsey, she was on the phone as they were leaving. And she's also saying that she was on the phone to her boyfriend while they were at Mia's. So if we were to believe everything she said, she must have been on the phone all the way through this journey. Do we believe that? I don't.
No, and you know, we're not supposed to be pissed off at the fact that we don't have Kelsey German's phone records.
Well, the other thing I'm thinking of is if they're listening to certain music in the car, whose phone are they listening to it via? Probably not Libby's. Her phone's like, or maybe it is Libby's, but she took a picture with hers, so I don't know. But if it's Kelsey's, then she can't be calling while she's listening to music.
Well, we do know that Libby's phone was plugged in the vehicle.
Oh, okay. That might change things then.
Wasn't it, Questor? Her phone was plugged in to be charged.
Yes. But it's when it was plugged in. It was plugged in at 39 minutes past 1. So a minute after Kelsey got on her phone. And just before they left.
Okay. Who just was curious what Derek was driving?
It's my understanding he was driving a Subaru.
I believe he had a white one, didn't he?
I believe so.
That's what I heard.
He was driving a Subaru.
Yeah, white Subaru.
And then Tara, I have these lists. They're all they're all in these notes. I went over this in a prior vault. The sorry, it's, you know, we're going from almost 90-degree weather here to fall weather quickly. But Tara arrived in a vehicle with Cody Patty, and then her girlfriend at the time arrived in another vehicle. Hey, sweet dude, Shibby. All different colors of vehicles. But I believe that Derek German was driving a Subaru. I'm not entirely sure on the Patty property who owned a Mazda, but it has always been stated that when Kelsey got her license, she was given the Bonneville. And based on other creators who have done research into the inside interior of the car, based on the Snapchat photos, it appears that it is a Bonneville that the girls are in. And I do know that I have photos of vehicles parked during the search out along 300 North. And one of them, it was indicated this is Kelsey's car parked out there. It appeared to be a Bonneville. Why she would get on the stand and say that she was driving a Mazda is, I don't have an explanation for it. And you know, it is what it is until we, for some reason, get blessed with the actual audio recording from the trial itself. Then we will know. And in the meantime, you know, this is floating around out here in the atmosphere that it's possible that the court reporter intentionally or unintentionally got it wrong in the transcripts. And if she got it wrong, how? When she has the ability to turn on the tape recorder and play back what she may have missed. But this, a direct appeal is focused on the four corners of a document. It's focused on the trial itself, the decisions made pre-trial, the decisions made at trial, the rulings, and the trial transcripts. So she has a very important job to be accurate. And if there's a major, and like I said, all of these people who spent an entire month of their life sitting out in the cold, sleeping in the cold, waiting in line, trying to get a spot in the courtroom, had no reason to come back out of the courtroom that day and all report the same thing, anticipating that 9 months down the road, when the transcripts came out, this portion of the transcript would be completely the opposite of what they had heard in the courtroom with their own ears. So, are we still on this map, Quester?
No, we've reached the end of it.
Okay, so I'm going to pull up the Delphi map, and I'm going to stop share. We're gonna go.
Julie, oh, do you mind? Is this good? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Julie Melvin says the state has video of Derek in his car and the time he got out, as well as a man on a bike. I'm assuming McCain. That was me interjecting. This was not entered into evidence. For years, we were told he was out of the car by 3:15. Julie says she knew differently.
So Julie, what time was he out of the car? And yeah. I'm assuming the camera that you're talking about would probably be the Mears camera across the street that we never had any information about. But I do know that there's a camera across the street from the Mears
wouldn't have that been like literally the greatest camera ever to like have?
Yeah. $3:30. So you're saying it was later, that for years that it was stated that he was out of the car by 3:15, but you're saying that he was captured on camera at 3:30.
Who just says Mears didn't put up a camera until after.
I beg to differ. I think that there were cameras there, and I believe that there were more trail cameras than we've been told about. Julie, can you convey where this footage came from? And if I remember correctly, the list, that I have of all of the cameras included a camera at the Mears lot. And it also includes the Marathon gas station. And if the Marathon gas station camera was lost or corrupted like they claimed it was and they could not retrieve it, why would it be listed in discovery as video footage that they acquired in the investigation? Radar, I agree. And that's, yes. And I have a Malibu as well. Who did, as I asked them, they said it was put up right after due to everyone coming on their property. Trail cams they probably had, but not at the house until after. But here's the thing, that property across the street from Mears, the Mears lot, is not a house. It's a farm. Their house is somewhere else. So I believe there was a camera on the Mears farm property across from the Mears lot.
My understanding with the Marathon gas station stuff was that or wait, no, I think I was getting it mixed up with the Hoosier Harvest Store camera. I thought that the FBI had retrieved the camera footage, but I think I just got that mixed up.
Well, I think it was the FBI who went to retrieve the Marathon gas station camera footage, and they claimed that it was corrupt. There was something wrong with the DVR system, and the footage was lost. That's been the story all along. However, in the list of discovery, that footage of the Marathon gas station is listed. Now, maybe they got footage from the 14th and not the 13th. But the FBI did go to retrieve that Marathon gas station footage, and they claimed that it was corrupt, and they could not retrieve it. You know what? I feel like Radar Quester, didn't we look into this? 300 and 575, that there was a camera?
We haven't yet, no.
Well, I know that we discovered a camera along the way, and it's on the map. So let me, so really quick, I need to let sorry guys, I need to let my dogs in. I can hear them outside throwing a fit. So Fungi and Quester take over for about 1 minute. Let me run
Is it chicken
time? Huh?
Is it chicken time?
No, it's not chicken time. It's not chicken
time.
You
don't want to.
Not right this second. Or I don't know. You guys decide. I'm going to be gone for 1 minute. Just give me a second. I need to let them in because
wants chicken time. Wait, that's the front camera. There we go. It's my chicken. There's a chicken. Another one. Look at them. Look at him. Oh, here's some more. There we go. There's chickens. Wait. Yeah, you can see that, yes. Look at them. Look at them eat. Look at how silly they are. Look at how they walk. Look at how they walk. It's ridiculous stuff. Hi there, Dot. Oh, this is Red. Red likes to no, never mind. Red's gone. Here, chickens. Oh, okay. Julie Melvin. I'm also going to mention, I know you have the address Tom Mears farm was searched many times after. I know the eyewitness who saw multiple cops on several different days regarding the investigation. Yes, chicken time. Anything else that I can, I mean, oh, here, I have chickens again. I have closer chickens now. This is Blackie 2. The other one was originally Blackie 1, but we call her Oddball because she's really weird. She has kind of a plucking issue, but we're working on it. But this one's Booger, the white one, the yellow one. The one next to her is Dot. Dot is the terrorist who kept pooping on me a couple streams ago. So this is Booger. She's got an attitude. She does her own thing. Likes to look at how fluffy she is. She makes funny noises sometimes. Booger. Yep. Yeah.
Ems is asking how many chickens you got.
I have 8 hens and 1 rooster, and they're all perfect except for 2 of them that are kind of buttholes, but it's okay.
Well, Rocky just told me to tell your
shut up, Rocky.
Your hens and your rooster to squawk off.
Yeah, well, yeah, we got an issue here, Rocky. Okay.
Rocky thinks he's the main bird on he's the main bird on the channel.
I don't see no Rocky.
No, he's downstairs destroying. He's got a handful. I bought him some if you guys know anything about African gray parrots, they're very destructive. So he has a fetish with cardboard. So anytime I deplete a roll of paper towels, the cardboard tube, I rip it in half and I give him half of it, and he within like 5 minutes will destroy it. So he has a fetish with cardboard. Anytime we get an Amazon delivery and it comes in a box, that box goes to Rocky. He also has a fetish with styrofoam. So I bought him some styrofoam pumpkins, and I just went downstairs and he's on his perch in the kitchen in front of the window, and literally the entire floor is covered with styrofoam.
Does he not eat the styrofoam?
No, he just destroys it.
That's funny, because you know when chickens, one of the infill for a coop, the door on the coop, it used to have an infill of styrofoam, but we had to cut it in order to make a chicken, install a chicken door. And one of my hens was just really, really determined and really took offense to the fact that there was styrofoam infill in the inside, and she just carved it out. She just ate it, and you could see the little styrofoam, little plastic little pieces in her poop for like a week. It was kind of incredible. Anyways, that's my story.
Nope, he just shreds and looks at me like, okay, what's next? That's all. That's his mission in life. Okay, so I'm going to pull up the Google Earth map, and we're going to get back to business with share screen. Okay, so let's back it out here. And I'm sorry that the further out I go, the more congested the map gets, because I've got everything in Delphi pinned that I can possibly find. So they come down 275, they turn right on 218. Here is one of the Euler residents. They continue west on 218. They pass the Schaefer residence. They pass the Ferris residence. They pass the Zahn residence, the Roth residence, the Spitznagel residence.
And just there, Amy.
Say again.
At that point, we're at a time of 1:43. Yeah.
Okay.
Now remember, the white car went past the store cam at 1:47. So that was Kelsey's car. She has 4 minutes from here to get to Mears, drop them off, and get to that.
I thought that she's on the camera at 1:49.
Is it 1:49? I stand
It's
corrected. She has 6
1:49.
minutes then. But she has 6 minutes from here.
Okay. And then along this way, look whose house. This was the name that popped out. William Carbaugh. And I don't know if Sarah Carbaugh was living at home with dad or grandpa at the time. And if you guys remember correctly, Carbaugh reportedly claimed that she had passed the mirrors, or she passed the trails that day 4 times. Then we have the Summit address. The 3807, I have not identified the property owner on that one yet. We're going to keep going. We have the Wandless property, which we had, Quester, you had some issues with that, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's because we got a couple of positions wrong.
Okay. So, so according to the property records, this address comes back to Robert and Claudia Wandless.
Yeah.
And then they come up here. We pass the Coons residence. There's the Fife residence here. And, the further out we go, I've tried to pinpoint all of these different, the Sandora property, the Wilson property. There's a couple of properties along here that belong to a trust, which is kind of odd. And that could be, somebody's died and handed it off to a family member.
It's actually not that odd. I've found a lot of those in Delphi. It's really common for people with farms.
Okay. And I figured as much. It just, they don't give you the actual, but I haven't dug that. I haven't dug extensively into each property. I was just trying to find the residents. And if, when we know that the Cecil report shows that there was a time lapse in the time that the girls were leaving the Patty property and the time frame that they made it to the Mears lot. And the GPS shows that they kind of veered off. I was trying to identify every single property that they passed. We knew that they didn't stop at a store because there's no store along the way or a carry out or anything of that nature. So we were looking for a name that popped out that could possibly be in the friend group. And so far, the only name that stands out that's of public knowledge is the Carball residence so far, because there's several that I've not yet identified. So then they turn left here on 450 West. You got the Floyd resident, the Whitford residence, the Wilson residence. Then they turn right on 375 North. We pass the Geyser, Max and Anna Mae, Geyser's residence, the Veach residence, the Wolf residence, and the Royer residence as they make their way. Here's the address right here. This is the one that I've got to identify. All I have right now is the coordinates. And that was through, I believe this coordinates is within the discovery that Nick McClellan provided in his response to the motion to correct error. And I almost feel like the information that he provided in that response was accidental. But we did discover that there was a camera on this corner. And if there's a home here, we can't see it because of the shrubbery. But there's possibly a camera right here. And the further out I go, you see how I'm not able to draw a line as the road curves. I was able to create a straight line, but they would have passed this camera here, veered to the left, made this jog right here, and came. Go ahead.
AKA Radar says the Mears home was listed under McCain Mears.
McCain Mears?
McCain and Mears. Yeah, I'm trying to see what Julie said that she was referring to. Oh, yeah, because it's a good way to save an individual from losing their farm. My Nana, I believe that she has one because now my cousin lives there, but I'm 100% sure my cousin doesn't actually own the farm.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. We'll figure that out right now. Hold on. Because there was a good possibility. Bear with me, guys. I'm going to pull this up. There was a good possibility that the Roy, for those of you who are familiar with the Roy West report, who is a distinguished detective who attended, I believe it was like a month or so after the murders, he attended a briefing with the Carroll County Police Department, ISP, etc. And then he wrote a report of suggestions on how the case should be handled from that point on. And one of the main questions that he suggested in that report was they needed to look into who would have gained if Ron Logan was to lose his property, because Ron Logan had 40 plus acres that were butted up to the trail system and the Monon High Bridge. And as you all know, the McCains were hot and heavy in restoring the trail system and creating a environment that would bring in more tourists, more reasons for people to visit the Delphi area. So that is kind of a, wow, that makes a lot of sense. If something out there happened like this and Ron Logan either was involved or framed for it, we know that shortly after his incarceration, his property went into some sort of a foreclosure. I don't know if I don't know if he had a reversed mortgage or what he had. And it appeared that his son came in and saved the day. So here, how do I get back to that?
Just for Amy's sake, I want to say that all this stuff is kind of alleged. Not making any accusations towards McCain's.
No, absolutely. It's all alleged. It's, it's all under a microscope. It's all, and the thing is that these people cannot refute and they cannot argue what's already been made public. And we do know that the McCains were attempting and they were filing claims to obtain certain land parcels out there near the trails, including the property that the CPS lot sat on. So, and you know what would solve all of these discrepancies and all of these freaking problems is if somebody would come forward and speak out and tell the real story and stop making us speculate. I mean, that's all there is to it. People need to start speaking up.
I desperately want to stop speculating. Please, for my sanity.
Okay, hang on. So I've got this pulled up. Okay, let me see here. Okay, so I see here, I'll share my screen. I see no mirrors attached to Ron Logan's property. Let's see here. We're going to go here and we've got, okay, so we have Ryan Logan, who actually lives in Lafayette.
No, I think it was McCain mirrors.
Right. Well, I'm looking at Ron Logan's property and who's attached to the ownership of the property. And so we have Deer Creek Township, trying to look for a date as far as now this can't be Logan's property because it's only, these are all Ryan Logan. Let's see. 6908, which is not Ron Logan's address. Ron's Logan address is 5858 West 300 North. And so now we have a a deeded owner of Ryan Logan of 6908 East 300 North in Lafayette. Parcel ID up here is 5858 West 300 North. Let me see. So I would have to go back through. So we have a transfer in 2020. For some reason, it's listed as 2025 on this one. So Ryan Logan owns, he's affiliated with, it has 3 different property listings of 5858 West 300 North, which is the property that sits next to the cemetery, but it is coming back to his actual residence in Lafayette. And it's my understanding that he has rented out Ron's property to a female. So I'm going to have to do some digging in this and see if I can find out where Mears would be attached to that property. And it may very well be that the Mears attempted to acquire it when Ron was incarcerated before Ryan stepped up and saved the property. But Logan had about 40 acres of land. And I do know that the McCains were attempting to acquire, with the help of family members of the McClellands, to acquire different land properties around that area to expand the trail. But we don't, we just got to be careful in going down that
I
avenue.
think Great Lakes has dropped off.
Huh?
Great Lakes, I think she wants to get back in. There she is.
Let me in.
Here's,
Yeah, if you just look at the GIS maps, it'll be a lot easier. Who this says, I use map view of Beacon. It is easier when looking in a specific area.
okay, well, who dis? Email me casebykcase10@gmail.com and maybe kind of explain how you do that.
Great point, who this.
Yeah, I mean, anything that makes it easier. My Google Maps is insane as far, and I owe, actually she was in my chat. I don't know if she's still here, but if she is, she knows who she is. I'm not going to call her out, but she has helped me tremendously with this map. And we have spent many correspondences addressing this map and where certain things were that make a difference. And I appreciate her tremendously. She's tied to a local family there, and she didn't have to reach out to me and help, but she has. So I will protect her identity at all costs, but I have to, but anybody who is willing to help make this easier, because this is so much. There is so much here. And keeping it all straight, especially as information is rolling out the door like smoke. It's hard to
now a good time.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I don't mean to interject. I'm just trying to make sure. Okay, so who just says, just click the map on the website, zoom to the area, click the plot of land, and then it makes it easier. And also the map thing makes it so much easier. Then you can go back in time and see what the property looked like in 2017. AKA Radar said, who just before this, who just said, click the map at the top bar to the left of results in order to get to there. But AKA Radar said that they found a female living there, but says she's lived there 20 or more years. Bizarre. ...
That's not true. That is absolutely not true.
Amy, Ron Logan had a reverse mortgage that tried to foreclose on him because with reverse mortgage, you must be living in the home.
Correct. So, yeah. There was a major dumb fuckery surrounding his property and how.
Yes, AKA Radar, you sent it to the wrong email. It's case 10, not case by case.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, she usually has a little scroller thing at the bottom. It just wasn't here today.
If I remember, it was Ron Logan's death that saved that property because it immediately allowed his son Ryan to get in there. Had he not died, he'd have probably lost that property.
Right. Which that would have been, right up. I mean, unfortunately, that it would have been right up McCain's alley. And we have, Fungi, how much research you've done on the McCains and what they were up to and what they were attempting to do and the boards they were a part of and what other big names in Carroll County were involved. And there's nothing wrong with the community trying to uplift itself. It's a rarity where you come across, people who feel determined to invest in a trail system, a railroad system. That takes a unique interest of someone. But Ron Logan, let me back that up. Julie Melvin says, JD. Who's JD? Julie Melvin says, JD went to Ron Logan and offered him money to purchase his house and property before the girls were murdered. Who's JD?
Eve, I know. I'm trying to get you on here, Eve. You got to message Amy on email. I know Eve has cataloged a lot of has screenshots of some of the Flickr stuff. I don't know if it's still around. I think it's still around, but I don't know if these pictures are actually still around or anything. But she's been.
Yeah, Eve, email me and we can get together and go over all that and put it all together in a format that we can present that is explanatory.
A former cop that was fired.
But a former cop that was fired.
I don't
recall. Julie Melvin, just say the name or send it to me right now.
Sheriff deputy. Julie, we love you, but I'm confused. Because it's Dunning. Oh, okay, Dunning. Yeah, got it. Thank you. I love you. Oh, is it Dunning?
Is it Dunning? Okay, well, Dissinger.
There's a couple D's. I know Dissinger's still working for them, isn't he? So Jason Dunning, maybe, is what Eve is suggesting. Yeah, and Big JD. I was looking at you for a moment there, side-eyeing you.
Oh yeah, you can't side eye my JD, my big JD girl. But yeah, thank you, Radar. Oh, she's got a whole ass screenshot. What? All right, give me 1 second. I'm about to pull this into the feed.
Oh, it's probably Jason Dunning because Carroll County deputy charged with trying to solicit sex from a couple.
No.
Yeah. Oh, yep. And Eve just came over right there. She says he was the one who solicited Donis Smith for smexual favors. Sorry, that's really fun. Smexual favors. And Tobe Lesenby was like, he was drunk and off duty. Who cares? Julie has a receipt for you later. Oh, and Jay Dunning was all over the CAD report. All Eyes says.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. Tobe Sleazy. Yeah, I think Josh Dishender never got fired, so I don't think it's him. So that is another JD. I'm just trying to fill the void for Amy right now. Unless Quester has something. Maybe we can make him say funny words.
Now, Quester, do you have an opinion about the mirrors?
No comment.
Okay.
Quester, can you say tangerine for me?
I could.
It's a big fat shut up.
Wow.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to pull it in right now. So here it is. Says United States Department of the Interior National Park Service. Section 7, page 4. National Register of the Historic Places continuation sheet. We've got figure 1B, house from south. It says SWE, Southwest East. I'm assuming that's a photograph of Ron Logan's property from the Southwest East angle. Then we have it, that's blocked off. Figure 1A, district plan. The Mears family farmstead on County Road. First of all, I want to know where, okay, the Mears family farmstead on County Road 300 North, previously something, the Daniel McCain farmstead. The farmhouse has been given an outstanding rating in the Carroll County interim report, making it eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. The McCain Mears family farm is significant because of the architecture, its construction, and because it is that green line covers it up, a something historic farmstead. The house is a 2-story brick Greek formal style home constructed in 1852. The bricks something Carroll County interim report, February of 1980, page 44. Can you guys see it?
See it, but we can't read it.
Okay, so when was this published? Because it says,
Okay, so from what I can see, it says,
let me go to
what
the
part
top.
are you trying to read that you can't read?
At the bottom, well, it says February of 1980, page 44.
And it's in the Carroll County interim report.
Yes, so I'm almost positive Ron Logan lived there in 1980. Or am I wrong?
Is it Greek revival style home? I don't know if that's a thing.
It could be. Hold on. Yeah, you could be right. The green circle covers it. Revival, brick Greek revival style home constructed in 1852. I can't imagine Ron Logan's house was constructed in 1852.
Well, I could. Anything
think
that's by
so?
that river is gonna, yeah, anything by that river with a significant amount of land is gonna be an older property. Because that's where people first settle along waterways. Yeah, so a couple things here in chat. McCain, Mears, and Abbott's are all the same family. Apparently I can't even say anthropomorphism. Fuck you.
You can't.
Ron had a natural spring on his property, old time healing waters, quote unquote spring.
Okay, wait a minute. I have to just inject with a funny. Tom, did you just call the trunk of your car the boot?
It is a boot.
That's something you wear on your foot.
I'm gonna have to go with sweet dude Chibi, who says, "LOL, calling it the boot always makes me laugh." I'm with you. I have a friend, and she's actually in our HR department at work. We've been friends for like over 30 years, and she's like her livelihood is south of me, where she grew up. And her verbiage of things, she calls the trunk of her car the boot. And every time she said it, I'm like, would you freaking stop? It's the trunk. It's not the boot. What are you talking about? And when she talks about, I have an idea. She says, I have an ideal. I have an ideal. And I'm like, no, you don't. You have an idea. It's just, just to see that. Love you, Tom. Love you, Shivy. It's just, that cracks me up, because every time I hear that, the boot of the car, I'm literally thinking, I literally see in my brain like a black leather boot that a soldier would wear. I don't know why, but I do. Anyway, back on topic.
Elephants have trunks.
Tom says we have car boot sales here. So, so you know what maybe I should do here in my neighborhood with the housing development is, instead of doing trunk or treat, we should do boot or treat.
I mean, that just sounds kind of like naughty. I don't know. That's all I'm saying.
Boot and treat. Everybody should know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So Streets. Hey, girl. Says Benjamin Mears lived in that house at the time of the murders. Lived in what house? And JD's wife was a McCain. Thank you, Gaslight You. Elena says, it's our language. Back off. I know. We probably have here in the States, we probably have some serious, ridiculous, irritating language. Ron Logan's house is now parcel ID with the ID number. Looks like it was surveyed this year.
Probably indicates it might have been sold or at least appraised.
Okay, well, let me see if I can capture that.
Or they're building an addition. That's the other thing that they'll do that surveying for.
Okay, Streets, when you're saying that's the Mears house, what are you referencing? What's the Mears house? Because my understanding is this is the 5858 300 North residence that Ron Logan lived in 2017. And maybe
1D.
And maybe back, I'm sorry?
That figure 1D, that certainly looks like the green roofed shed that's next to the Mears.
Are you talking about the penciled in?
No, on the left, the photograph of the building, figure 1D.
Okay, hang on. Let me see if I can get to it. Hold on. The 1B.
1D. D for donkey.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. You think that looks like what now?
The building you can see from across the road at the Mears.
Okay. It could be. It could, I mean, it could be. I have images of that property.
The old Greek Revival house built in the 1800s is the Mears house. Ron Logan's house was built in 1918.
Ron Logan's house was built in 1918.
That makes so much sense, actually, because if it's right by the river and it's kind of near town, those are going to be the first kind of parcels that are grabbed up by families. So it makes sense that, that's where homes will be built, especially if you're in the rural country, you don't have, access to straight up plumbing all the time. So it makes
I
sense
know.
that
I'm just. I guess I'm just looking at it from a current viewpoint of. I mean, I've been there,
maybe he had a
and
glow up.
his house. I mean, his house is it's an older farmhouse, but I would have never guessed that it's that old. I mean, maybe it's, maybe it was the original structure has been redone. I'm going to have to dig into that because now that I've figured out how to dig into this stuff, it's actually interesting and very fun, to be honest. But there are some very serious implications as to the property that Ron Logan's home sat on, the surrounding area, and who could have possibly gained by being able to come in and seize that property. And I mean, we know publicly, it's on record that the McCains and their Erie Canal organization, there's multiple organizations, and some of the McClellan family members sit on it as well. We're doing their best to swallow up that surrounding area and getting grants and all different kinds of contributions to enhance and build up that trail system.
Streets says that his house used to belong to his ex-wife's family.
Whose house? Logan's?
Logan's.
Okay. Yeah, Shibby, that's been a theory. Two birds, one stone, disappear a murder and get rid of RL. You can't, again, all cards on the table. You cannot get away from the fact that I'm going to have to go back to my murder board and continue to add to it. Because I feel like we have all the answers. I really do. I feel like we have all of the names, the tentacles, and you've got this little small circle that Abby and Libby are in. And then we have these tentacles that branch off of it that incorporate different facets of people. And every single reasoning within those facets are logical. And we just have to get to narrowing it down to the one facet. You got, financial, property, real estate implications. You've got the drug trade. You've got the sex trafficking, the CSAM. You've got covering for this person and that person. I mean, I could go on for days. I swear to God, if I could sit here at the computer every single day, all day, I would be much further along in this than what I am, but I just can't do it. I can't afford to do it. But there's so much here. So let's move on. Thank you, Radar, for that. because that gives me in fungi and Quester something else to work off of. So Shabugs is asking, hey, can we look up the coordinates on Google Earth so I can determine the feet that car would get in that amount of time? Shabugs, which car are you talking about? You talking about Kelsey's? Street says the McCains and the Mears are the same family. Well, fungi, I will connect you with Streets because you both are fantastic at family trees and historical.
Yeah. I want to give her my spreadsheet. She can add to it. I'd love it. Oh my God.
White car 207, private drive. The Mears, okay. So, Shabugs, let me see. White car 207. Okay. Shabugs, we can, and I promise you, I'll do a separate live for that. That video file I do not have on this new laptop at the moment. It's on my old laptop, but I need to pull it over. And we'll do, how about I plan a live for you to come on and you and I will do that together to stay on topic for what we have planned for today? Okay, good. Yeah, guys, I'm still trying to pull in all of my files from my old laptop to my new laptop.
Did you get a portable hard drive yet?
Girl, you know I haven't, so I don't even know why you're asking. No.
Just trying to be a dick.
Okay. All right, so we're going to move on. So we've let me just make sure that we haven't lost ourselves here. Okay, so here's the path. Here's that random camera that we believe that we found on this curvature. And I'm sure, see how these addresses pop up? You go in too close, they go away. You got to pin them down. We got 5192 and 5164 here on this curve. So I'll continue to add to this map. So we're going to go around the corner here. Kelsey's driving.
Wrong picture up, Amy.
Okay, hold on. Let me remove that. So, is my screen not sharing?
Not at the moment.
Sorry. I thought I was sharing it. Let me go back. Okay, so ignore the line. You see how when you zoom out, it goes straight and it follows. So now we are coming up on Ron Logan's property, which Kelsey would have been passing. And a couple new pinpoints that I've added. Well, not new, but here is the cell phone. Here is the cell tower so here is Ron Logan's property with the white pinpoint. Directly across is the cell phone tower in the field across from his property that was not in use at the time. And the reason I have this possible fire pit marked on the map is based on Reese Davis. Reese Davis said that Ron Logan claimed that he burned things in a fire pit across the way. So doing the aerial search, this 5867 barn, I believe has been torn down. I don't believe this barn is still there. If it is, great. If it's not, it's not. But behind the barn, in between the barn and the cell phone tower over here, is this area that, and I can zoom in closely, it looks like a depression in the ground that could have been a fire pit. which would explain if the FBI and the Carroll County and ISP served a search warrant on Ron Logan's property in March, this fire pit may not have been searched. Well, guess who's going to search it in the near future? So I have it marked just in case. And I also want to make reference, and I can't at the moment say why. I'm just going to throw it out there. Right here across from Logan's property, if you pop out his front door and you come out here to 300 and you go across the street and you head east on 300, you see this fence line right here. This fence down the road may become a topic of conversation. And that's all I can say about that. So, but I did add it. Bring it closer. That fence line, that actual fence right there may be important down the road. So then, why is this doing that? These lines don't want to stay straight. But okay, whatever. Then you've got Muddy Bloody Guy, supposedly. You've got Kelsey passing the cemetery, pulling into the Mears lot.
That, Tom Sturge asked, is that a new fence?
No. It would have been there on February 13th, 2017. But it was just brought to my attention. So I made sure that I looked for it and pinned it. So, but we can see there's a fence there. It looks like it's some sort of a wired fence. You see the posts. And when I go, I will do my best to capture it on video. So you got Kelsey coming down here to the Mears lot. Now remember, based on her testimony, take that for what it's worth, she didn't pull into the Mears lot. She didn't turn left and pull into the Mears lot. This short yellow line indicates the pathway from whoever parked here. That's the pathway that it would have taken to enter the trail system. So Kelsey stops here, kicks the girls out of the car, and you can believe what you want to believe. The girls were either prepared with sweatshirts because Becky Patty said that she told Libby to put one on. We can see in the vehicle that Abby already has one on. Kelsey claims that when the girls got out of the car, she told them to take a sweatshirt. Then later on, Kelsey claims that the sweatshirt that Abby was wearing was her sweatshirt. So we don't know what the truth is. And then at 1:49, Kelsey's white Bonneville or Mazda is seen passing the Hoosier Harvest Store camera. We do know now that the individual that Mullins contacted at the Hoosier Harvest Store was a Dan Pennington, who gave him access to the cameras and the DVR system. So there's still several properties along this route that we have left to identify, mainly on this road here. Once we get past the cell phone tower, there's still several properties that would have, that may be of importance, that may not be, but we know that from the time, Quester, this is for you, from the time that the girls left the Patties until the time that they got to the Mears lot, what is the gap of time that was excessive compared to the actual route they took?
The journey should have taken 5 minutes.
And it took how long? Yes. And it took how long?
A quick look. 10.
It took them 10.
Yes.
Okay. Should be, you're asking if there are ditches in that area. Which area?
In saying that it took 10 minutes, bear in mind that those location points only account for 3, according to this Cecil list.
Only took an additional 3.
No, that map that you had up earlier only showed 3 minutes on from the Cecil list.
Okay.
So that would suggest that there's 6 or 7 minutes a lie somewhere.
And so now that we've gone through this, because I know that there's a lot of people in here who have been in here week after week. Thank you for that. As we've gone through this timeline of events and we've made adjustments and we've made changes and we've explained them and we've admittedly explained that we are not carving in stone facts here. We're trying to digest and present the information that is made available to us. Now that we've gone through the girls leaving the patties, the route that they've taken, and mind you all, we are pretty much stuck with utilizing the state's information, not the defense, because the defense didn't do anything like this with a timeline at all. So now that we've got Kelsey in front of the Mears lot, before we move on, because we are going to now jump to where we left off in the last episode. But we know that the girls were dropped off. They entered the trail system. We know that they approached, they began to walk towards the Monon High Bridge. I had timed walking video routes done that are available in the video section on the channel, showing you the time that Betsy Blair would have passed the Hoosier Harvest Store camera. Takes 30 seconds. When you pass the Hoosier Harvest Store camera, going to the Mears lot or leaving the Mears lot, heading west on 300 North, it's 30 seconds is all it takes to pass in front of that camera. That's what we based our time routes on. We didn't, because we don't have any other information outside of what is testified to or what the statements are or what the phone data says. We don't know if, Betsy Blair got in her car. Well, we do have an opinion on that when she finished her second loop based on her Fitbit data, that there was a time gap of her needing to leave to go to the bathroom, but she went to her car. Her Fitbit data dropped to almost non-movement for almost 15 minutes. Then she's seen leaving on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera, and what should have been a 15-minute trip to the Delphi Library ended up being a 30-minute trip. She comes back. She's passing the Hoosier Harvest Store camera, I believe, at 1:46. It's all in the timed video footage that we did, giving her 30 seconds to pass the camera from 1:46 to arriving at the Mears lot, pulling in, getting out of her car. We kept everything bare bones. Like we didn't calculate, she pulled in, she sat there for a second, she tightened up her shoelaces, or she got a drink of water, she turned off her car, she got out, she fixed her shorts. We don't know what the hell she did, but we do know that she parked, she got out of her car, She walked up the gravel drive on the Mears Trail to the main trail, turned left, heading towards the Monon High Bridge. And she claimed that when she got there, there was a man on the first platform that she described as a young male, good looking, no facial hair, brown poofy hair. She turned around, she walks away, and then passes midway between the Monon High Bridge and the Mears lot that she came from. She claims she passes Abby and Libby. However, the state wants you to believe Dr. Walla, who claims that Rick confessed to sitting on the bench right across from the Mears lot entrance, facing the 505, saw Abby and Libby enter the trails, and then followed them. So how do we have a Rick Allen, aka the state's bridge guy, on the first platform and sitting at the bench at the same time? Then if you take Betsy Blair's testimony and you watch our timed route that we did based on her testimony, from her passing the Hoosier Harvest Store at 146 and parking, her entering the trails, walking to the Monon High Bridge, turning around, going back towards the Mears lot. When she gets to that intersection, she turns left. She goes down the 505 halfway. Our recorded route that was videotaped does just that. She gets halfway down that trailway, turns around on the 505, comes back up, re-enters the main trail, heads out towards the Monon High Bridge, turns around, and is on her way back to the Mears lot. However, she is only halfway back to the Mears lot when her vehicle is reported being captured on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera at 2:18. So, Quester, my question is for you. Now that we have Cecil's report and the route and the timestamps that Kelsey German drove the girls, even though we're not going to cover it in detail right now, how does this affect these timestamps and this route? Does it affect any of the timestamps that we have of the girls entering, Abby and Libby, entering the trail system and approaching the Monon High Bridge? How does it affect that? If we have a start time and we have and our start time is 13:40:13 at the end of the Patty driveway, and our end time is the 1:49 and some change of Kelsey passing the Hoosier Harvest Store camera. What is affected in between based on the Cecil report?
Well, the Cecil report doesn't help a lot because it goes fairly silent about locations. That 143 is the last one it gives until it gives one of the girls on the trails. Which is
Wait, that's kind of convenient, right?
It's awfully convenient because yet again, it keeps a cloud over Kelsey's arrival and the crossover between Kelsey and Betsy Blair. It's smoked over that again, which of course is just coincidence. But we do get a little bit of help later on because I think Cecil let slip something that he probably wasn't supposed to. And we find that the girls stopped for 15 minutes on the trail, about a third of the way to the bridge at 13:51. They stood in exactly the same place for nearly 15 minutes. Curious.
And so I guess that's what we have to work with is our in game of Kelsey passing the Hoosier Harvest Store camera at the state's timestamp of 1:49 and some change. And the next timestamp that we have is the 2:05 photo of the empty bridge.
Well, we do have some details from the Cecil data and from the Apple Health data, which is quite helpful on working out what was going on.
Okay, we'll say we can save that for next week, so we can move on to get to where we left off last week. Who dis? Yes, I'm coming, and I will. I'm not sharing when I'm coming, but if you reach out to me privately, so I have your information, I might reach out to you while I'm there. But yes, I am meeting. I do have people who will be with me. There's a lot involved. That's all I can say. So, okay, let me move forward. So we are now going to go where we left off last week. And this is after the fact, after the girls have been dropped off, after we have the 2:05 photo, after we have the 2:07 photo, the 2:13 43-second video at the south end of the bridge, and then the disappearance of the girls. So these are Quester's notes where he says, bear in mind the radius allowances. It looks like there was a hub position of 1 and 3, likely the same place. Northbound Wells Street Tower and West Falls home are both in that hub. And give us a minute, we'll clarify. From this hub, the phone appears to have gone to 2 places. Position 5, around Camden. This route probably went through position 2. Position 4, around Flora. This route went via position 2 and back via position 6. While going to 5 via 2 is logical, one has to wonder why anyone would go via 2 to get to 4, as it is not a logical route. Was 2 perhaps a second hub? 2 is within striking distance of the Monon High Bridge, and interestingly is where Abby and Libby Memorial Park has been built. Wasn't it the Patties who chose that site? Okay, that might sound confusing, but we're going to show you how you can dissect this small box of information based on numbers in the hubs with the next couple of maps. Now, we are not saying that the girls were in these locations. We are showing you where pings occurred throughout the night after the girls went missing. And and this is, and Quester, correct me absolutely 100% if I'm wrong. Our belief is that there was a second phone. Our belief is that both girls had phones. And our belief is that both girls had phones that were attached to the same iPhone account. One maybe being active, as in had a plan that allowed phone calls, all your unlimited texting, unlimited data, etc. The other phone being available as it connected to Wi-Fi. Photos could be taken. It could connect to Wi-Fi and access apps, upload photos, etc. Our opinion is we don't know how these phones were shared between the girls, but we believe there were 2 phones. I'm absolutely 100% convinced there were 2 phones. And if one phone is incapacitated, meaning a SIM card is removed or the phone is put in airplane mode, the other phone that's connected to the same Apple account could be sending information to that account as, and it could be discombobulated information. The pings, all of this could be intertwined, that could be confusing. And I'm going to say this right now, and I'm looking for it. And I if I find it, I'm going to put it 100% on blast. I have been informed that there is reportedly an interview that Jennifer Auger did on a smaller network where she's talking about the phone data. And she makes the comment that, yes, there were 2 phones, but we weren't supposed to know that. I am looking and hunting for that interview.
The fuck?
Michelle N., I got your PayPal payment for the trip. Thank you so much. I appreciate you tremendously. But I just want to say that thank you. So
Can I just add something?
Sure.
You also have to bear in mind that Libby's phone was one of the ones that Becky bought through the business. She had a stack of them apparently, and they were all through the same account. Therefore, they would have been linked. So if, for instance, you were in Indianapolis and you had one of those phones, you could give a rogue ping for another one of the phones, if you get what I mean. So when you look at this map, how many phones did Becky's family have? Any of them, including Kelsey, Derek, even Becky, could have caused a rogue ping. And that could have been any. Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
no. Yeah, no, 1,000,000%. And I think they had so many phones they couldn't keep it straight. And that falls into the conundrum of every interview that they gave. You've got Mike, or you've got Becky, or you've got Kelsey saying they weren't answering your phone, they weren't answering her phone, they weren't answering their phones. I mean, it seems like, you've got this factory reset on Libby's phone, and we don't know within a week what transpired with that phone. Eve, girl, if you have that interview, email it to me and we will go live with it, because
I told you she's great.
the defense, I have been told numerous times, and when you come, I have learned that when you come across something in this case, you need to download it and save it or screenshot it, because a week later it could be gone. And because there's so much information out here on the YouTube streets, you'll forget where you saw it and you'll never be able to find it again. But I've shown you guys the image, that still image that I was able to single out in the BG video. That's not a screenshot of a picture or any. It was in the BG video. There is no other explanation for the formation formed in Abby's pocket while she's walking across the bridge, but a phone. Chris Kruk, dude, you just dropped off the face of the earth. Welcome back. So this map, you can't look at this map that we're about to show you and go over that we're dealing with the girls. We have always stated that all of these geolocations that we have, the Apple Health data, all that we know is that it's connected with a device. Which device? Device 1 being Libby's, or device 2, the one that Abby was handed to. I believe Abby was handed a phone, so when she was at the Patties, she could access Wi-Fi and communicate on her social media. I do not believe, no way in hell, that any 13 or 14-year-old girl is going to sit in her bedroom with her friend for hours on end and hand over her phone and allow her friend to carry on conversations, comment or post on her phone. Them both having a phone only makes sense. Even if it's one is only active on a plan that can make phone calls, etc. The other phone, I believe, was just, hey, you can get on your Facebook, you can get on Snapchat, all of these things that you can do, which Abby was doing. But Quester knows more about it than I do, but once you get out into the wilderness and that phone is no longer connected to Wi-Fi, how is that phone interacting with cell phone towers if the account and the other phone that was being utilized is now disabled? And we know that they're based on, in the motion to correct error, Nick McClellan posted a response that incorporated a shit ton of little information in a small box that you have to go through and itemize what's in there. And there are multiple digital devices that were recovered out there on the trails that between the 13th and the 15th. So this map represents the pings in the late afternoon hours and the late evening hours of the 13th. And we're not saying that the girls were here. We're saying these are where the pings show up, which leads to the reason why you've got Mike Patty on the news on the 13th saying the phone's pinging all over town, and now the phone's turned off. And then we find out, based on all of the phone data, the phone didn't die. The phone was still on. It just wasn't receiving any kind of information until 4:30 something a.m. in the morning. So if you guys look at this map that Quester created, they're labeled, and this is going to get complicated. And this is why you go back here and you can reference this information to make it make sense for you. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 locations. And the blue circles indicate the 15, is it 1,500 feet or what is the 1,500, Quester? It's the radius.
2,500 meters, I think it was, wasn't it?
I thought it was 1,500.
You may be right.
So the blue circles represent the room for error. And I'm pretty sure that it was 1,500 feet. So the red dots indicate the pings. And even though the red dots are where we see the pings, the phone could have been within a 1,500 meter radius around that red dot in each location. And I'm going to let Quester take it from here because he spent a lot of time on this map.
No. Referring to the notes, as you can see, 1 and 3 are almost on top of each other. Therefore, there's an incredibly good chance that 1 and 3 are actually the same position. Now, the thing with 1 and 3 is everything seems to be going out and coming back from there, as you can see from the lines, which is why I asked, is this a hub? by hub, I mean a central position where, for want of a better word, a main phone is sitting. If that was so, then that one would be doing most of the work, and all the rest would be just picking up the signal, sending something in, sending something out. But if it was true, then that would mean there's a phone using Libby's account in that position. Now the problem is it's right on top of the Wells Street aerial, so that makes it hard as well. But that also means that the aerial should be able to tell pretty precisely where it is because it's right on its footsteps.
And the significance about Wells Street is that's where the Wells Street cell phone tower was.
That's
and
correct.
it's also within the 1,500 meter radius of where the Abby and Libby Memorial Park was built after the fact.
The Abbey and Libby Memorial Park was built at position 2.
And well,
Correct.
Isn't Riley Park really, really close to that too, where they were the day before?
Not sure.
Well, I can look.
I thought Riley Park was back in Delphi proper.
Hold on. We'll look. So Riley Park. Let me just type it in here.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have the Libby phone ping. Now, and what's interesting about, so I have it marked here because on the 12th, this is where the girls were supposedly practicing softball. And the coordinates on the phone in the Cecil report takes you to this location. So let me see. We have Delphi, we have Riley Park, we have City Park, the Delphi City Park Department. Hold on. I'm looking for the Abbey and Libby Park.
That's way
It's
out.
going to be by the HHH.
Yeah.
I was wrong.
It's way out. So this
Is
is
it a good
where
time for chat questions?
This is where on the map, this is where number 2 is, which is way out here. Hold on. So out here, somewhere out here is where number 2 on the map, we were getting pings from the phone. And that's quite a bit of a ways from where everything else took place. And to put it into perspective, we can go to the Wells Street Tower. Which is over here. Let me see if I can find it. I may not have marked the actual cell phone tower.
Up a bit.
The Wells Street
Down a bit.
Tower is over here. You said down? Here.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Would now be a good time to ask some questions
Sure.
from chat? All right. gonna try to go over as many as I can find. But if I miss yours, sorry about that. Just ask it again. Okay, so were there any pings near town?
Let me see. Hold on.
That was from Blue Bayou or Bayou. I don't know. I'm not from that part of the country.
So, Quester, we have number 2 is kind of way up here north of everything going on in the area where the Abby and Libby Park is. That's number 2.
Yeah.
I would say closest to downtown would be number 6.
Number 6 would be downtown. 1 and 3 would be the centre of the town. But there's what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 pings there floating around.
And then sorry, I'm just scrolling. I missed a question. Oh, who worked in town? Question mark. And then were the girls seen on any cameras getting out the car mirrors or in Kelsey German's car on video, not cell phone camera pics? No, I do not believe that they were seen. I mean, we don't know because we've only had access to like 3 cameras, and half of them are stills.
Well, back up to just today with Julie Melvin implicating that Derek German was seen getting out of his car at 3:30, not 3:15, as reported. And
well, that would be a bit awkward because Derek German said he saw 2 girls on the trial at 3:15 and asked them if they'd seen Libby and Abby.
Right. And I'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah.
But if Derek German is captured getting out of his vehicle at the Mears lot, why aren't Abby and Libby captured getting out of Kelsey German's car at the Mears lot? Why don't we have information about that?
Good point.
Do you think she dropped them off at the cemetery?
I don't believe so. There's no indication of that. But the problem is this timeline is so tight with the witnesses, and I'm going to default back to my original belief and like I told Michael last night, Michael Osbrook, my belief, I don't care what anybody says, when you have a defense team who has basically bowed out gracefully and agreed to any timestamp that they want to put on any image or video without any challenge, you are at the mercy of the state. And the state had how many years? 6, 7 years when they finally decided, okay, we're done with this shit. This case needs to be solved and closed. We need to get the monkey off of our back. Rick Allen's the dude. He came forward at the very beginning. We are going to look at, they have, for me, the photo timestamp of the bench photo with Bree Wilbur and Rayleigh Voorhees. Okay, they have that timestamp. They have that photo. That for any issues you may have in this case, you really can't argue that that's not a legitimate photo. What you do have leeway on is this reported black vehicle seen on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera. that without any kind of required explanation of how they came up with the time that this vehicle is seen, you just bowed out gracefully and said, okay, whatever you say, if you say it was 127 and some change, then it's 127 and some change. Okay. They gave up no argument or fight in that argument. But we have this black vehicle, and the mic drop question that was never asked during trial was, what proof do you have that the driver of this vehicle passed this camera at 127 and some change, and then turned right into the CPS parking lot, parked his vehicle, got out, and walked down the road, down 300, up to the Freedom Bridge, and then entered the trail system? No one ever asked that question. What proof do you have that that ever happened? So we're chasing a fairy tale phantom of a man driving a black car that the state ultimately had complete control over when they say that car passed the camera. But if they've got this 126 timestamp of this photo of these girls at the bench who claim that they intercepted Bridge Guy after that photo, they can manipulate their timeline to fit whatever storyline that they want. And there's no getting around that when you're looking at where the cameras were, where they want you to believe the cameras weren't. And now I've lost my train of thought because I'm pissed off. Every time I think about it, I get pissed off. So Fun Guy, what was your initial question? Because now I'm aggravated.
It was, did we know what if they were on any of the cameras? And I said no, because we have no idea if there are, like, what cameras they were even looking at and that kind of stuff. Well, we know what cameras, but like we don't know what was even on them because only like 3 of them were mentioned in court. And then the other one was, do we know who worked in town? And then there's another question that was, why don't we have McCain's photos of that day? Because I think the FBI took them, and I don't know if they ever relinquished them. I don't know. I mean, they should have, but yeah.
I mean, it's been reported that the state has McCain's photos. I believe prior to trial, but at trial, McCain
said he didn't get back.
He never got him back. So, I mean, there's reasons for all of the smoke and the mirrors, and I cannot get past the fact that the Hoosier, I mean, and like I told Michael last night, you know, Michael always tries, he really, really, and I get it, he's a lawyer. It's his job to lean on the side of the law is the law, and those who take an oath to represent the law are doing a good job. So it's hard to get him to admit that there's dumb fuckery going on. And for me, the dumb fuckery is the Hoosier Harvest Store. And Quester and I called it months ago about there was more than one camera. And then lo and behold, when the discovery comes out, especially in these volumes of exhibits that God Love All Eyes was able to get released, we discover there's 4. At what point in time are we supposed to believe that a building that has 4 cameras, only one of them is working? Okay, you suck as a business owner. you don't really give a shit about the security of your building. And you've spent all this money on a security system and all these cameras that, you're down to one. That's fine. That could be the case. The problem is, from a defendant standpoint, with his defense counsel, is why don't we know the answer? Why don't we know which cameras were working and which ones weren't? If there was more than one, and we have a document signed by the FBI who went out after, because Steve Mullins went out there on the 14th and sat and watched the video, didn't retrieve the video from the DVR database. He simply screenshotted photos. Okay, I get it. You're on the hunt. You're looking for a perpetrator. You're looking for a killer of two little girls that happened right across the street. I get it. I get it. Then the FBI goes out, lays their John Hancock on paperwork that they collected the footage. So where's the footage? Where's the actual video? Why are we being kept in the dark on all of the vehicles that pass down 300 North? Why have we never seen David Riley's vehicle?
Why are there such quality discrepancies between certain exhibits, like the Rick Allen one versus Kelsey's?
That's the problem. There's all of these, and that's my argument. I get they were hung up on the Odinist Todd Click report, the sticks, and what could have been. Okay, but once up to that point, you cannot put all of your eggs in one basket. There's an entire case here. And when you've got Odinist, you've got Ron Logan, you have a Kokomo crew, you have sex offenders up the Yahoo in the area. You cannot put all of your eggs in one basket. So therefore, my opinion is if you're going to raise funds for experts, you also should have been raising funds or asking the court for extra fucking help. Just like Nick McClelland did when he went into the city council meeting asking for additional funds and additional pay for the work that he was doing on this case. Just, if this, I'm a firm believer in justice reform, and I'm a firm believer that just because you can't afford to hire an attorney, you should not just put a smile on your face and accept what slap in the face you get by the person who was appointed to your case because it's free representation. That's where justice reform needs to come in, because I cannot tell you how many cases I have worked on behind the scenes where it is not about corruption. It is not about the state trying to F over a charged defendant. It's about a public defender who is overwhelmed and doesn't have enough resources and enough backing to do a job well done in representing their clients.
Can I play devil's advocate for a minute?
Sure.
I wouldn't be I get that, yeah, this was deep into it and they had a lot of time, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was a resound lack of trust and hesitancy to then involve anyone else after the whole debacle with the leaks, quote unquote. I mean, it's not an excuse, but it's just I can understand where their mindset may have been.
The Franks motion was before the leaks, and
yeah,
that was a great avenue to pursue, and I'm probably going to get slammed by several friends for saying this, but I think that I've only confided in All Eyes about this, but when I watched the Hulu the documentary, okay, and I'm going to reiterate, Andrew Baldwin is a great human being. He truly is. However, a case of this magnitude, I'm not being paid to cover this case. I'm not being compensated for the 20 to 30 hours a week outside of my regular job to work on this case. And I know, I would say 90% of every timestamp, name, location, etc. Andrew Baldwin in that Hulu documentary could not even tell the interviewer the timestamp when the phone stopped moving. And I'm going to ask everybody in chat right now to put that timestamp in the chat. When the state claimed the girls were dead and the phone stopped moving, put that timestamp in the chat. And I'm going to be shocked if 80% of the chat doesn't know what that timestamp is. And when I watched that, I was pissed. I was absolutely pissed. How does he not know that timestamp? Here we go. Thank you, V. Thank you, Shabugs. Thank you, All Eyes. Keep going, guys, because that timestamp is significant in this case. And for a lead attorney who believes their client is innocent, he should know this case by the back of his hand. Period. And I'm not blaming him for not knowing that. I'm pissed off that they did not think that there was more issues with this case than just the Patrick Westphal and Brad Holder avenue. And 99% of what we've covered just in this series alone, not to mention what other creators have covered, the majority of it, none of it revolves around Westphal and Holder. And that doesn't mean that Westphal and Holder weren't involved, but there's enough information here that you can raise to a jury that say, this does not add up. This does not make sense. This timeline does not make sense. That's where I'm at with it. Give me 1 second. I think my parrot is off of his stand. I need to go check. Or he's gonna tear up some drapes or some rugs. Give me a second. Quester, go ahead and continue talking about the map that's on the screen.
Right. When you think about position 5 and 4, they're a long way away from the others. 5, for instance, is, if I remember right, a 10-minute drive from there. Yet the signal, or the I should say the pings, are only minutes apart. It is absolutely impossible that anybody picked up a phone and drove from Delphi to Camden in a minute. Therefore, it's pretty safe to say we're not talking about the phone moving in that case. The same is true about position 4 down near Flora. It's too far away for a phone to have got there physically. The only other option is at positions 5 and 4, there was something that would react to a ping the same way that Libby's phone would. And if you think about that, what could do that? Well, the only thing that can do it is somebody who's accessing Libby's account in some way, such as a linked phone. But if it's a linked phone, then we're now talking about more than 2 phones. we could be talking about 4, maybe 5, all linked together and all pinging. Now that takes us back to what I was saying earlier about the Patties having a lot of phones on the same business account. But if that is true, why would one of their phones be in Camden, and why would one be in Flora at this time? As far as I know, none of their family were there. The logical assumption, therefore, is it was not one of their family. If it was not one of their family, it was not one of their phones. If you then take that to its logical conclusion, you have a rogue person accessing Libby's account. In fact, you have at least 2. And to me, this suggests yet again that Libby's account was hacked. What do you think about that then, Great Lakes?
I think the battery draining also could point to that too, because there might be background processes that are running that she's unaware of.
Very much so, yes.
Yeah, and like honestly, I'm not 100% sure what like you could get away with running even remotely, but like define linked. Sweet dude Shibby has asked you to define linked. So it would be linked as in the same account, I believe.
Yeah, linked as in, so for example, I just bought a new phone, and this runs true since Apple and iCloud and all of that became a thing. So if you go into your settings on your phone and you go into your EMI number and your SIM card number, all of that information that you have in your phone. So when I go into my phone, because every time I get a new phone, my old phone, I don't trade in. I keep it because there's stuff on it that I need. But I don't want to transfer it to my new phone, because the purpose of getting a new phone is because that phone is now so bogged down, it's not running correctly. And I don't want to do a factory reset and erase what's on it because it's too important. So when I go into my Apple ID account, the name of that phone and my previous phone and now my new phone is all still in my Apple ID and available on my iCloud. Now I can delete it. And I'm going to be honest, I'm assuming if I delete my old phones, I then lose whatever was on that phone that was saved in the cloud. But if I don't delete it, those phone identities still are in my iPhone. For example, when I bought my new phone and I uploaded everything on my phone, and then I get in my vehicle and I connect my Bluetooth to my vehicle, my phone will tell me your phone is now discoverable under, and it gives you the name of what this phone is being called. So when I try to, for the first time, link my new phone to my Bluetooth in my car, I have to connect my Bluetooth to that discoverable name. That also means that my other phones, if they're connected to data and I have a plan on them, those phones still can connect to my Bluetooth. What we're saying is that there are phones within the Patty home that were disregarded because they were replaced, but they were not removed from the Apple ID account. So that phone is still capable. I mean, I have 2 phones. I have 3 phones sitting here on my desk. 1 is brand new. 2 are dead because I haven't charged them, but I've used them. I've had them both and I've used them for both about 2 years each. If I charge them, I can connect to my Wi-Fi here at the house, and I can do everything on that phone as if it was a normal phone, except make a phone call. That's what I'm saying. That's what we're saying. If Abby was carrying around a phone in her pocket that belonged to the Patty's Apple account, that then becomes an issue if Libby's phone was disabled in some way. And and this is my opinion. This is not Questers. This is not Fungi. This is not Osbrook. This is not anybody else. This is my opinion based on the research that I've done at, what was it, 4:30 something a.m. in the morning. I don't remember the exact time. We had all of those SMS messages and iMessages literally flood Libby's phone. And at the very end of that sequence, there is a notification in the phone data that says, "Welcome to AT&T Family and Friends Network." Based on the research that I've done, it is very possible that and this is when we've gone hours without any activity on Libby's phone throughout the middle of the night. And then all of a sudden her phone wakes up. On the extraction, all of these things are flooding in. And at the end of it, we've got this network connection of "Welcome to AT&T Family, Friends, and Network." There is actually no indication or information that states that that network connection was the last thing in that sequence of events on that phone. It is more than likely, when you think about how your phone interacts with the network and how your phone, be critical thinkers here and use common sense. When you connect to a network, let's say you walk into a restaurant that you frequent. Okay, I'm going to use the example of Kroger. I go grocery shopping at Kroger damn near every single day. Kroger has their own Wi-Fi. When you walk into an establishment and you connect to that Wi-Fi manually, you really never have to connect to it manually again. Your phone automatically connects. It's a guest network. It automatically connects. So if I'm pulling in the parking lot and I'm getting out of my car and I'm looking at my phone and my phone is acting like it's, slow mode, it's not loading anything. And as I approach the doors to Kroger, all of a sudden I start getting text messages and email notifications pop up and whatever starts popping up. Yet the last thing I get is, "You are now connected to this Wi-Fi." There's a delay in these sequences of events. And my perception is that the phone woke up because it connected to a network. And as in the process of connecting to that network, it opened the floodgates for everything that was pending in Libby's phone to flood in. So all these things flood in, and then lo and behold, we have this network connection at the very end. I believe the network connection happened first. And as it was opening the gateway, everything flooded in. And based on my research, that notification of "Welcome to the AT&T Family, Friends, and Network," the only two answers I can get is, one, it connected to a residential Wi-Fi that she had connected to before, not requiring a password. Number two is a SIM card was reinserted into her phone. That had access to a Wi-Fi connection. Where the bodies were found, 1,400 feet from Ron Logan's property, there was no Wi-Fi connection. A residential Wi-Fi connection means you're either within inside the home or you can't be any further than about 300 feet outside of the home, which means, that's like you walking outside of your house, getting in your car and backing out of your driveway, and you lose connection to your Wi-Fi at your home.
It depends on the router. It really just depends on the router.
It does, but it's really not more than 300 feet. 1,400 feet away.
There are extenders. There are Wi-Fi extenders.
1,400 feet away?
I mean, I seriously doubt that they were using this point, but it is possible. I know someone who used one along Lake Superior shoreline, and because their house was quite a bit farther back, but they would always hang out there.
But if there was, but then you're talking about a residential.
Might need multiple.
Wi-Fi. You're talking about a residential Wi-Fi connection that would 99.9% have a name.
Oh yeah. Agree, 100%.
And the phone would have had to have previously connected to it before. Otherwise, we're talking about a hotspot.
Yeah.
Which there's no hotspot in the middle of the woods where the girls were found. Now,
not that topography. No, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I keep interrupting.
No, you're fine. There's no hotspot in the woods. There are, and the problem is that back in 2017, AT&T had embedded hotspots in certain locations. So we know all the Starbucks, we know the McDonald's. I believe there was one or two restaurants that utilized an AT&T hotspot in the Delphi area, but AT&T at that time in 2017 did not have a public record of where their hotspots were. Go ahead.
Do you remember how I used to live on a river with a ravine that was, really steep, just like Deer Creek. And one thing that I observed, this was in the UP, so like cell phone signal wasn't great in the general, but one thing I did observe is that down at the bottom of the river, at the bottom of this ravine, I got zero signal. But if I went across and then I went up, because it went back up again, I would get signal again. So I believe that the topography itself would make it impossible at that point. Like I just believe, because if you have a bowl structure, sort of the bowl structure, the signal is going to have to go through the ground, and that doesn't compute.
Mm-mm. And we just, and the sad thing is that we don't have anybody in that local area who lived around the trails. All of the families, the Lieberts, the Mears, the Dissingers, the Sandifords, the Webbers, we don't have any of them coming forth and saying, other than Kay Weber, we know that Kay Weber had encountered Libby multiple times. And I don't know, we don't know who Libby was with at the time. Streets may know a little bit more information about that than I do, but Libby was scolded by Kay Weber multiple times about cutting through her property. And so we don't know what Wi-Fi networks Libby had previously connected to, but this particular Wi-Fi network was
that should be stored in the phone.
Huh?
All the networks that you have sorry, there's a chicken on me. All the networks that you that you've connected to in the past, those should be stored on the phone. That's data that should be there. It doesn't go away. That's weird.
And that is why there's so many issues with this phone data that we have, because incomplete. Every single extraction is incomplete, whether it be what we had in 2017 on the first extraction. There's information that's there that by the time the second extraction was done, certain information is missing and there's new information, but there's information in the second extraction that should have been available in the first extraction, and so on and so forth and so on. And I'm not a phone expert, but there's no other case that I'm aware of where the phone extraction and the phone data is so monopolized that such significant, important details are missing. And nobody on either side made an attempt to explain it, starting with the movements of the phone, the cell phone battery percentage, and the on and off of the phone. The things that are missing are things that literally are the gatekeeper to a plethora of details that we are being told are no longer available. Blue Bayou, yes, it has been there. There are numerous accounts of Becky Patty making statements about what phone Libby was using. There's numerous accounts of, Libby having a rose gold iPhone and not a Galaxy Gray iPhone that was found at the scene with the Gryffindor phone case. I mean, it's ridiculous that, I don't think that the family is ever going to be implicated beyond what the public is going to point the finger at, as far as what happened to Abby and Libby. And just, if I did a members only live yesterday and showed a supplementary report where on February 13th, Derek German gave a different address other than the home on 500 where the Patties lived. He gave an address of still living on Milroy Street on the 13th of February. And you have to ask yourself, why? And, the headphone thing, here's another conundrum about the headphone plug-in. They wanted to argue that there was dirt and water that affected the import in the phone extraction about headphones being connected, and the state wanted to blame it on, well, there was dirt and water in there. Well, then explain how 2 seconds after the bridge guy video, the 43-second video ended, how 2 seconds after that video ended, there was a headphone connection made.
I mean, to play devil's advocate, the other one could just have been a false positive caused by dirt. I don't think that's the case, but I try to give explanations when I can, like just to play devil's advocate.
No, that's fine. But I mean, 2 seconds. So when he says, guys, down the hill, and you see Abby, like a soldier, turn and go head down the hill, and the video cuts off. 2 seconds after that, there's a headphone jack plugged into the phone. Well, there's no way in hell they've ever crossed the creek. There's no way in hell that there's any kind of dirt or water debris in that port.
Hey, was it ever unplugged? Do we know if it was when it was ever unplugged?
Yes, it was unplugged, and then it was plugged back in at 5 something. All eyes, you're the queen of timestamps and all that.
Chickens.
It was plugged in at 5 something, and then it was unplugged again around 10 something. And the timestamps conveniently circle around the cell phone pings of Ron Logan being out near the crime scene. There's so much in this case, it's so hard to keep straight. What I really need to do is I really need to take all of the episodes of The Vault and the presentations and compile them all together into one big, like 10-hour marathon and go from the beginning and go from there and revisit all of it, because it's all worth revisiting. We can go 60, 90 days and I forget. Oh my God. Yeah, I forgot about that. Shabugs, yes, there's an aux import connection, right? 2 seconds. It's 2 seconds after the BG video ends. So the whole concept that the state wants to, inflammatory us with, that there was dirt and water damage and it triggered this false headphone connection. That's not true.
Well, yeah, and two, if it's plugged in when they cross, then how is anything getting in? Oh my God, you just pooped on me. Sorry.
So
How is anything?
All I says it was plugged in at 5:45, unplugged at 10:32 p.m.
But when was it unplugged after the original one where the video? After the video.
I'm gonna have to go back and look, because that has been found out after the trial. That's been found out after the trial.
Fucking shat on me. What the fuck are you doing?
So it was plugged in 2 seconds after the video ended and then unplugged not long after, and then plugged back in at 5:45 and then unplugged again at 10:32. I'm going to have to go back. I think it's on my other laptop here where I have that timeline. Quester, do you know by any chance?
I know the 5:45. What time are you saying the other one was?
The first one that wasn't discussed at trial happened 2 seconds after the BG video ended.
Right.
And so the girls didn't even have time to get down the hill, which is that alone is like, what the F? How is that even possible? And when I was first told that, and it's in the phone data, it's in the extraction. I believe it's in the first extraction that was done on the phone. Go ahead.
Yeah. At 2:14 and 34 seconds, the video recording stopped. At 2:14 and 36 seconds, the audio output was affected. E.g., someone plugged something in 2 seconds after.
All eyes. There's another one that wasn't discussed by Eldridge, and it wasn't discussed at trial. It wasn't discovered until after the trial in the phone data, that 2 seconds after the BG video ended, there was a
audio output.
There was a headphone audio input. There was a headphone audio put in the phone, and I forget what time it was removed, and then it was replaced again at 5:45.
It was removed at 2:20 and 4 seconds.
At what time?
2:20 and 4 seconds. 6 minutes later.
Not two. Oh, okay. 2:20 and 4 seconds.
That's when it was removed. Yeah.
And my issue. So, and I understand why it's an argument, because it wasn't discussed at trial, and it's not something that's been highlighted publicly in the phone data. But there have been several who have been combing through the phone data and the extractions that this information came from. And my issue is with that is a lot. I mean, there were rumors early on that that Libby always had headphones on her. So when the whole headphone jack thing came about, people were like, well, okay, maybe Libby had headphones on her and she put she plugged them in to silence her phone, whatever the scenario may be.
She definitely had him on the 12th because there wasn't audio in it out on the 12th too.
Well, then there was the whole, she was recording BG indiscreetly. She was hiding the phone. But if you guys, and I hate to refer it to that, but if you've seen the leaked crime scene photos and the sweatshirt, I always was under the impression before I got the leaked crime scene photos that the hoodie or the sweatshirt, the swim sweatshirt, had pockets in the front. So I was thinking, okay, so she was mysterious, she was indiscreetly recording the BG behind Abby and then was able to slip her phone into like a front pocket of her sweatshirt. Well, the sweatshirt in the leaked crime scene photos that Abby has on has no front pockets, which leaves, okay, so how
jeans?
did she, huh?
Jeans?
Right. And I just don't see it being reasonable that going down the hill, that slipping the phone into a back pocket would be the first thing on Libby's mind, number one. And number two, would that really conceal the phone? Could she have put it in a front pocket, which means, and as a female who wears jeans, you have to have on a certain type of jean where you have that kind of room. I mean, the jeans that I wear, I could never fit my cell phone in a front pocket. I just wear them too tight or too fit. And when you look at the jeans in the crime scene photos that Abby is wearing, it's questionable. Like the jeans look loose on Abby, but I just don't know if they look big enough to fit Libby. And I know that we've been told that they were Libby's jeans. So how was the cell phone concealed that whole entire time? And how on earth, I mean, think about it. If you believe the people who have looked at the phone, and it's not me, it's people who have information. If you believe the information about the cell phone extraction, and 2 seconds after the BG video ended, that there was a headphone jack inserted into the phone. If we believe that, the question is how? Because we visually see Abby going down the hill and Libby appears to be following suit and turns the phone off.
So people, when I was in school, and this was a while back, guys, but when I was in school, some girls would hide their phones in their bras because, one, they'd be like, oh, the teacher, pointed it out. They'd be like, oh, are you staring at my boobs? But it was about that age where we would do that. And granted, we had smaller phones then, but I don't know. That could be a possible option. I'm just trying to think of other things. I mean, if they were carrying a bag, maybe bag. I'm just trying to think of where else it could be.
Amy?
Yeah?
Regarding your chat about jeans, just remind you that the press release of the description stated that Libby was wearing grey sweat pants, not jeans.
Well, here's the thing with that was that it was well after the fact, after the bodies were found, that Becky Patty came out and said, they had reported Libby wearing sweatpants. And then she claims that after going through Libby's bedroom, she found the sweatpants that she thought Libby was wearing, and that apparently Libby had changed clothes before she left out of the house.
Well, that
And
would answer it if it hadn't been for Kelsey also giving that description.
right. And when you listen to the crime scene investigators testify, not one of them are willing to commit to any major details about the clothes that Abby has on, as in regards to being wet or damp. They tend to shy away from it. McClellan definitely veered them away from that topic. And I had made an issue a long time ago about, well, if the clothes, I'm trying to put myself in the girls' shoes at that time frame in February, and how cold the water would be. And, we're on the downhill trajectory of the day. By the time 6-7 o'clock comes around, it's going to get colder. And looking at the crime scene photos, you couldn't look at Abby and say, oh my God, she was freaking soaked. You can't say that. And not one crime scene technician could say that. They said, well, the jeans appeared to be damp. Okay, well, clothes out in the cold all night would be damp, period. Laying on the ground, soaking up the moisture. It would only take a couple hours, actually, I think, for that to happen.
There's this thing called morning dew.
Right.
There was a report that the clothes on Abby were still wet, so they had to be taken to Putnamville State Police Post to be dried properly. They found a water line on the tank top, indicating moisture on the lower part of the top.
Excuse me?
Okay. I need to see that report. I know that you've got years of research, so we need to see that report, because the defense team could not pull that, even by pulling teeth at trial, from any of the crime scene investigators. All they would say was that the clothes appeared to be damp. They were even asked if there was a water line at the waistline or the hip line. They were asked. And, I almost literally, I don't know why every single time I go to Delphi, it's in the fall. It just aligns with my time of year that I get vacation. But I've never crossed the creek, but this year I feel like I might put on a pair of high top tennis shoes and cross the fucking creek. And to determine what my shoes would look like trucking through that creek from one side to the other, climbing up the bank on the other side, making my way up to the crime scene to see what my shoes would look like after trucking through the muck and the mud of Deer Creek.
Well, it's not going to be the same, since they did all that construction and there's a lot less runoff.
I mean, it might not be the same, but I don't think the bottom of Deer Creek is going to be so astronomically different that my shoes aren't going to sink into the mud and the sludge.
Maybe.
Well, you'd certainly have got some mud and sludge on going up the bank.
Yeah, which does that. I mean, it does. I don't know. I don't know. It just does
going down would be even more slippery, in my opinion.
Probably, yeah, because you've got most of your weight on your heel, then, haven't you?
Well, okay. I'm going to answer a question. Chris, really quick, let me answer this question. Chris Truck, Amy Curveball, Amy Curveball, why was her bedroom freshly painted and fixed up right before they came up missing? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that Libby was in the process of repainting her room, and I believe it was the color purple. And for an extensive amount of time after the murders, the room sat unfinished. And it wasn't until later that the room was finished painted. And I get where you're going with that. And I sympathize with everybody who feels that something happened prior to the 13th. But if any of you who believe that, you have to stop and ask yourself one thing. Why would Libby's mother, her biological mother who lives in Kentucky, confirm that she was communicating with Libby on the 13th?
Texting or calling?
They were communicating through Snapchat. And her mom said that she was on her way to work and there wasn't any kind of concealment going on. But Carrie said that she had spoke to Libby multiple times that morning. And one of the last messages that Libby sent her was, I have something to tell you. So, and unless we're all willing to disbelieve Libby's biological mother, that we all know Liberty desperately was wanting to be with, unless we're willing to call her a liar, the revelation that something happened to both girls on the 12th, when we have definitive information from the phone data that Libby was communicating throughout all hours of the night on the 12th and through the early morning hours of the 13th, that doesn't hold water. The girls went to the trails. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. My only issue would be that if it's not a visual communication, or if there's no confirmation anyone can be using a phone. I don't believe that, but I'm here to play devil's advocate. And then the other thing I wanted to say was, as you're going down the creek, you would have a harder time. You're gonna see impressions of the mud on their backsides, like if they fall, probably on their knees as they're going back up, their shins, possibly on the backs of their on their calves, where like basically where you're going to be touching the ground. I mean, the thing is, you're having a whole layer of leaves, and these are moist leaves, and this is the most slippery time of the year, just in general, because of all the prior runoff. But like, you're going to have signs that even if you cross the creek, if you come in contact with enough dirt or whatever, it's going to kind of just still leave a little bit of a darker impression, at least from my experience.
Well, yeah. And I mean, and the lack of, I mean, I'm gonna figure out a way to cross the creek.
Get some waders. They're kind of expensive, but they're awesome.
Well, that changes the dynamics of things. I mean, even
how tall are you? I might have some for you. I have some really good ones. I can send them to you.
I'm 5'1", but I want to cross. I'm 5'1".
Size?
7.5. I'm 5.
Shit.
So I want to cross the creek in a natural form of tennis shoes and jeans, and see. I mean, even if I'm knee deep in water, I don't care about the rushing of the water. I want to see what happens with my shoes crossing the creek, and then I want to bring it all back to you guys, and show you the result.
I can still send you the waders, just in case you want to do it again. few times.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the shoes were Abby's Converse. I mean, you would have thought that there would have been all kinds of muck and sludge and everything else caked around her white plastic border of her Converse.
I mean,
and that's not
just the
case.
soles.
Yeah. Okay,
I
so
gotta
back
be,
to.
I gotta
let's
be
get
right back.
to
I'm gonna rejoin. Sorry, I just got.
No, you're fine. So Quester, I'm going to pull up your final thoughts because I have them in here. You say it's highly unlikely the phone was physically in all of these locations. Camden is 10 minutes away from Delphi, yet the phone pinged in these two locations within 1 minute of each other. Locations interesting. Camden, Florida, and the place the memorial park was built, and the apparent hub being right on Patrick Westfall's doorstep is a real red flag.
Not a lot you can add to that, really. I personally am convinced that it's not phones, it's other people who've got access to the account and the phone. If you've got access to it, then you can mimic the phone, clone it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And if you've cloned it, then a ping can go to yours and vice versa.
And why do we have on all of these red dots on this map and these cell phone pings, why do we have all of these familiar places? You know, I guess I would think that, you know, if the phone is stationary after 2:32, the phone's in one spot, we would kind of see a circular motion of pings around that area, not this back and forth across town type. I don't know. And I guess that's why we would need a really good cell phone forensic expert to decipher it, which I think that Eldridge was, but the defense only utilized her for so much. And she made it very clear there was a lot more that I could have done, but, you know, and I don't know, I'm not going to get into the fundraising money because I don't know anything about that. I didn't contribute to the fundraising account. Like, I'm going to be honest, my business that I ran for 16 years, my business owned and operated a 501c3, and it gets very tricky. And as a business, when you have a 501c3 attached, you have to separate yourself because you cannot commingle funds whatsoever. So you have to have a board in place. You have to have a treasurer. You have to have a president. You have to have bylaws and board members. And we had all of that. And I still had problems. It's a very touchy situation. So I didn't contribute. But I know that the second that something like that is offered and contributions start to come in, everybody wants accountability. And in a situation like this, there was no 501c3 in place. There was no federal oversight as far as how these funds were collected and maintained. And as long as there's a ledger that shows where the expenses went, that's all you're going to get legally, period. That's all you're going to get. You can argue until the cows come home what should have been done, what could have been done, how it should have been handled. But the problem is what people fail to realize is that no public defender in any state should have to rely on crowdsourcing funds to pay for experts private investigators, research, and all of the above to defend their client. When you are fighting against a state who basically has an open bankroll to whatever they need, in this case, the defense had no idea what Judge Gall was going to approve or not approve. So when they raise these funds, you could call them misers. They're budgeting, they're penny pinching. They don't know what's going to be approved and not be approved and what was going to be required. And I think the further along the trial went, the more that they felt completely decapitated at the shoulders because nothing they did or said held any weight. It was constantly being overruled. Constantly Judge Gall was siding with the prosecution, and the funds left over are available for whatever future defense team puts on the shoes and straps up behind Rick Allen. Those funds will be available. It's frustrating.
I mean, you gotta. Oh,
hold on.
I mean,
really
you.
quick.
Yeah, of course.
Hold on. So I have a question that was sent by text. It says, how did the clothes on Abby not dry before the sun went down, though? They were supposedly out in the sun for 3.5 hours before the sun went down. That's an easy answer. Where the girls were, the area the girls were found was not in the sun. We're still in the woods. And there's no indication that the clothes were wet. Put on a pair of jeans and walk across an over the waist high creek, cold water in February as the sun is about to go down and the temperature begins to drop. I would anticipate and I would expect that by morning, those jeans would be rock solid, not just damp. They would almost be frigid. And I don't believe that's the condition that the jeans were in. And based on the terrain, based on the trees, based on the dip, the bowl the girls were found in, I don't believe that they were in a sunlit area, that the sun would have radiated enough heat to dry the clothes. I don't think the girls crossed the creek, to be honest. And a year ago, I would have never admitted that. But now, I don't think they crossed the creek. There were enough trees and enough branches to obscure, it can't go both ways in this case, as far as where the girls were located. Everybody wants us to believe that where the girls were so secluded and in such a depression of ground that obscured them from visibility, even with people who searched that area, the girls weren't found. But we can't, and then you can't on the flip side of that say they were in this sunlit area that was wide open to the sunshine because there were no leaves on the trees, that their frigid cold clothes would have dried in the sun within 3 hours before the sun went down, with not factoring in the next 12 hours of cold, dark dampness. The clothes would have been in a much more horrific condition than what they were. It can't go both ways. I don't believe the girls were there. I don't believe the girls crossed the creek. There are so many indicators and there are so many other players involved with hoarding off searchers, sending them away, claiming that area had already been searched. There were lights at the cemetery, people tracking through that area with flashlights, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And when you go back and you look at February 14th, the sun was up by 7:30 a.m., 7:45 a.m. that morning. I believe the girls were found around 10:30 a.m. and giving law enforcement the benefit of the doubt, I believe they shit their pants because in the previous 12 hours, they did everything that they could to deflect the importance of this search. The girls ran off. The girls went to the movies. The girls were known for running away. The phones pinging all over town. And then all of a sudden, we have 2 dead bodies in the woods in an area that was already searched. So I'll give them that. All hell broke loose within the department, and they were trying to get everything lined up to set up a barrier and get people in place before they announced the discovery of the bodies. That's my opinion. The law enforcement scanner transcriptions that we did support that, including Brad German, who Kelsey described as dropping almost to his knees and having a heart attack. And you've got Quester to remember the exact time that an ambulance was called for him at the Mears lot. That's when the bodies were found. That's when the bodies were found. Say it again, Quester.
At 11 minutes past 10 in the morning, Medic 2 was sent out to an old person having chest pains. 11 minutes past 10 in the morning.
That's well over 2 hours before law enforcement claimed the bodies were found. Yeah, all eyes. They can't have it both ways. And you look at the clothes that Abby has on. I just feel like they would have been more dirty, more muddy, more wet. Like those would have been notations that every single crime scene technician who visited the scene would have documented, and none of them did say, "Oh, her clothes." There's no question this girl in this outfit crossed the creek. And mind you, is there really enough time to go down the hill based on the Apple Health data and both girls strip and then Abby be made to redress in Libby's clothes and then cross the creek? Like, that's the conundrum for me. So did Libby cross the creek butt-ass naked? All while Cheyenne and Shelby Duncan are crossing the bridge? Like, there's so many factors here that don't make sense. And I mean, they're trying to put a pinhole in drywall to make it make sense. And it just doesn't. And this timeline is so tight. And then you add Daniel Pearson in all of this, who was, he's the sleuth of all sleuths, writing a screenplay of someone being abducted at the bridge. And lo and behold, he's reportedly out there prior to the girls getting there. He matches perfectly the description of Betsy Blair. And then he is extinguished off the face of the earth and never testifies, never gives a deposition. And then you've got the phone traveling to Camden. You've got a white car that matches Shelby Hicks's vehicle description with the paper plate being parked out there at all hours that they require her to come in and explain that. Remember, they're not looking for the vehicle, they're looking for the driver of the vehicle. Like the truth to this case is right here. And we need a whistleblower is what we need. That's what we need. Yeah, Indy Cindy, there's been no marks, and God bless you with the fake guy, with the fake PI shit. Absolutely. Yeah, it's inherently still a cold day, and the temperatures drop overnight. And if you take, I mean, let's think about it. You got a dead body who's not exuberating any heat. If the girls died when the state said they did, their body temperature is dropping. They're laying on a cold ground. Fungi explain to you about that terrain. And we're in the middle of February after snow is melting.
Blood loss also causes body temperature to lower exceedingly fast.
And they're in a bowl with ravines and a high extended ridge line above them. And the water is going to drain downward. So everything underneath of the girls is wet and cold. And it's all going to be, this is where the raising of the Deer Creek occurs, is that you've got all of this melting water from snow and dew filtering into the creek. The girls were laying right in a bowl 50 feet from the creek. And the most that we get out of the crime scene technicians is, yeah, the clothes that Abby had on were damp. Now, rewind that to Abby, how in some miraculous way puts on Libby's clothes on the other side of the creek, but puts on her own shoes. Libby's forced across the creek naked. They climb up the embankment, frantic, trying to dredge through the 4.5 foot deep water that's rushing in the middle of February. Shoes getting stuck down in the sludge and mud in the water, attempting to climb up that embankment, getting up to the crime scene. And that's where she's found, and her clothes are only damp. That does not make any sense. But nobody, including the state, made any type of an attempt to prove one way or the other. Was there creek water on the clothes? Where was there? There's got to be some sort of identifying mud and debris from the creek bottom versus climbing up the embankment. Was there were there leaves embedded on the bottom of Libby's shoes? Or not Libby, but Abby's shoes? Nobody made an attempt to decipher any of that. So we're just kind of stuck with what we got, and that's speculation.
Do we know, was Abby still wearing her top? Also, it was the other thing, because I know that lighter clothes colors, they can dry and still show residual watercolor. And due to it sounds like the turbidity of the creek would have been pretty high at that area, which means that it would have been kind of muddier and churnier. Like you wouldn't be able to see through it. So there would have been a lot of sediment stirred up because of the snow melt and those kind of factors in spring. And I guess the other thing I was thinking of is, are you going to be able to put on jeans that quickly? Wet jeans is what I'm thinking. Like if if we're thinking that they crossed the creek, then changed the clothes. Who puts on wet jeans that quickly is all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's my understanding that I know it's been stated that Abby had on 2 bras, which technically you can say that, but the bra sizes were her size. She had on a real bra, the straps and the snapping in the back. Over that bra, she had on a sports bra, which is not uncommon. You can call it 2 bras, but it was she had on a bra that fit her, and then the sports bra over top of that also was her size. The burgundy shirt that is seen that she's wearing in the bridge video, she had on. Her gray jacket that she was wearing that supposedly belonged to Kelsey was missing. And over top of her burgundy shirt was Libby's swim sweatshirt. Her jeans that she had on had been removed and were found in the creek. And she was reportedly wearing Libby's jeans. That should have been about 6 sizes too big. I'm not trying to be funny, but they were, Libby was 5'4", 200 pounds. Libby was 5'4" and barely 100 pounds. How that occurred, I don't know.
The thing that's more glaring for me is how I don't want to be crass or anything, like seem like I'm, trying to zone out wrong details, but I don't think that they had the same bra size. Like, I'm pretty sure that they didn't.
No.
So
no.
how is that possible, I guess, is what because I never heard that before. That's interesting.
How's that possible?
That there's just 2 bras of the same size. Like, where'd the other one come from?
I'm a mother of 2 girls, and
I'm saying
I do that, to be honest. When I go to work, I'll have a bra on, and I will have I'll have a sports bra on over top of it.
Okay. I wasn't really sure. I've never done that.
There's no way that a sports bra that was a small or an extra small would have ever fit Libby. However, there is evidence that shows that a random bra was found elsewhere out there in the woods, and it was never identified about the size and who it belonged to. But so I believe that the bra and the sports bra that Abby had on belonged to her. And the fact that she was wearing like not high tops, but I would call them mid high top Converse. It appears those shoes had at some point come off of her feet, and the sock she was wearing was removed, because when she was found, she had on her Converse but no socks. You would have to agree. She had on what looked like to be slim fitting jeans, not baggy jeans. So you would have to have removed the Converse in order to get the jeans off. Where and when all of that took place, I don't know.
Well, what's the purpose? That's the other thing. Why would you do that without a purpose? And if they're claiming no sexual assault, then what's the purpose?
Right. Exactly. So Quester, we read through your final thoughts about how it's highly unlikely the phone was physically in all these places. Any last thoughts before we hop off?
The only thing I could point out is that what happens with the signals is that they break it in sectors, as it goes out, and that way they can tell roughly the direction of the pings. So when you see a line as shown in this picture here, position 1, position 3, position 6, and so on, it's almost telling you there's definitely something going on in that area. The tower is telling you something's there, it's been there a while, and it keeps pinging to them. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. And
Now, it's not doing that to the bridge, the Mon and High bridge, is it?
no.
No. Which is strange, because it's the same tower that would have been doing it.
And each one of these quadrants, 1, 3, 6, 2, and 5, and 4, which quadrant or number was Patrick Westfall's address located in?
1.
And the phone pings there twice. And then it pings a third time right in between 3 and 6.
Yeah. It's pinging there constantly between 7:24 and 9:33. Constantly on and off. There's an awful lot of pinging in that area overnight.
And do we have, so after the quadrant in number 6, is there pinging after that, or no, until 4:30 something in the morning?
Well, the pings were being forced right the way through until the girls were found. Every 15 minutes, I think they were forced pinging.
Okay, so should we work on what the phone was showing us after quadrant 6 right here, the hub of number 6 for next week? Whoops, sorry.
Yes, certainly we can. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, we've been on here for an extremely long amount of time. Indy Cindy says, do we know if the appeal lawyers obtained a copy of the original FBI records? Usually they have to go through the state, then go to FBI to confirm those received are legit. Indy Cindy, we don't know about really any of that. We know that Doug Carter claimed that he had requested the FBI turn back over all of their records, but what happened to them after the fact, we don't know. We don't know if the FBI maintained copies of those records. We don't know any of that. We do know that Nicole Robinson, who was the FBI agent who served the search warrant at Ron Logan's property, ain't worth shit based on her deposition. And the fact that she wrote the search warrant, and one of her biggest moments in that search warrant is implicating Ron Logan, lying about his alibi, claiming that he didn't lie about going to the fish store in Lafayette. He lied about the time.
And he arranged that lie before the bodies were found.
The girls were even found. But in
Yeah.
Robinson's deposition, she couldn't even fucking say whether or not Ron Logan even had a fish tank. Bullcrap. Okay, well, we're going to hop off here. It's 5:20. We've been on here for 4.5 hours. The vault, we'll see you next week. And thank you, Quester. Thank you, Fungi. I hope everybody felt I hope everybody felt today was informative, and I will try to get these maps and this route that Kelsey took after leaving the Patties uploaded to the Facebook group. And we will continue to move forward. Quester, any last words?
No, I don't think so. I think we've said most of it.
Okay. Well, if you guys have any questions or anything that you want us to highlight in the next episode, or you want us to look into, leave it in the chat. Please make sure you hit that like and subscribe, and we will see you next week. Bye, guys.